Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Andrew Stott and I'm the Emperor of Stomaria. Today we're hosting another live Q&A. So right off the bat, as per usual, I'm going to have to adjust the camera slightly because for whatever reason, no matter what I do, it always changes the layout as soon as I go live. So you'll have to forgive me for just one moment while I just scroll down a little, just so it's a little more accommodating for me. Right, here we go. Fantastic. Right, now I just want to double check that, first of all, that everyone is in the live, that should be in the live. That is to say, I did send out links to all of our social media, and I just want to double check that those are still working, so just bear with me for just one moment. This is the problem, you see, because I don't know if people assume that I have some sort of team or something behind me doing all this sort of stuff, but I'm afraid the reality is it's just little old me, doing this all by my lonesome. Right, no, okay, that's fine. Okay, good. Right, fantastic. Okay, so this live Q&A is not the first one that we've ever hosted. We have hosted maybe 10 or 11 before, over the last few years, but this one is going to be slightly different because, first of all, it's going to be the first live of 2026. It's going to be the first live since we had this massive influx of new followers, new subscribers, who may not fully appreciate or understand what Stomaria is, so I thought it would be a good opportunity to let them dive on in and ask whatever questions or concerns they may have. And also, it's going to be slightly different because we are using this live stream as a kind of a test, I suppose, to see if we can utilize lives more aggressively in order to more rapidly expand Stomaria's presence on social media. That is to say, we have a presence on YouTube, we have a presence on Facebook, on X, on Reddit, on Discord, and all the rest, but we've not been able to utilize social media in such a way that it's generated significant amounts of revenue and a significant amount of interest beyond, you know, a few hundred or a few thousand followers and a few £100 annually in ad revenue. And that's something that we want to lean into a little bit more. We want to be able to generate more revenue through third parties rather than directly through Stomarian citizens and supporters. We don't want to unnecessarily burden them with, you know, constant requests for you know, taxation or donations, or however you might want to define it. So we want to go down the route of trying to utilize social media as a means of generating ad revenue through third parties. And we want to see if we can use YouTube Lives as a way to push that further. Now, I had a conversation with King Daniel of Wayward, which is a member state of the Empire, earlier in the year, because he has quite a large following on TikTok. And we both came to the conclusion, really, that this year we really wanted to start maximizing our potential on social media. We wanted to really drive home the message to as many people as possible, while also generating as much revenue for our cause as possible. And he's taken some steps already towards that end. He has had some issues with TikTok, with you know, 2-day bans, 3-day bans, and all the rest of it for saying the most mundane things. I think it's something to do with a very aggressive AI moderator or something to that effect. I don't think it's anyone that's actually manually looking at his lives and going that this isn't acceptable. But even so, he has managed to generate a comparatively large amount of revenue through social media by doing lives on TikTok. Now, having done a little bit of research into this, apparently it should be easier to generate revenue through YouTube by doing lives. But I don't know if that is definitively the case. Certainly we have generated revenue in the past, not through like super chats or anything. I'm not talking about that specifically, that's another kettle of fish. But in terms of getting people to interact with the lives and engaging with me during the lives and being able to generate ad revenue through the lives, apparently it is easier to generate revenue that way. So we're going to see how it goes. And so this live stream is going to be different in the sense that it's going to be longer. So as I say, King Daniel the Wayward was doing, you know, something ridiculous. It's doing like 8-hour lives, 10-hour lives, 12-hour lives, and suffered very much because of it in terms of his voice. He was down in Stomarian honey like there was no tomorrow in order to soothe his voice so he could continue doing the lives. We're probably not going to go that aggressive, but certainly 3, 4, 5 hours, and we'll see how we go. We will see how many people jump on, how many people interact, how many people have genuine questions or concerns, because I don't want to just be rambling by myself for that period of time, obviously. I want to use this as a way to engage with our supporters, our citizens, and of course our critics, because I'm sure there are many. But I just want to take the opportunity to basically lay that out. I want to make it clear that this is an experimental live stream. It's going to be an important one. So we're going to see if this is going to be a way that we can potentially move forward more regularly if it is a success. So with that in mind, I do have a load of things that I do want to discuss. Some various blurbs about the Imperial Summit, about becoming Stomarian citizens, the recent alliances that we've established, and all the rest. But I did want to take a moment just to catch up with the chat. We have had a couple of messages, which is fantastic to see. So let me just start at the beginning. Now, right off the bat, I should say that because, for whatever reason, a lot of you guys use the most lengthy or most difficult to pronounce, I mean, from my perspective, names, usernames, I might just shorten them, or I might just read them out without reading the names, because it does tend to make me look like a bit of an idiot as I try desperately to pronounce some of the YouTube names that you guys have. So bear with me with that one. So, good example. First comment. I'm guessing that's supposed to say Snake Goal, leader of Paitland. It says, hey, hello. Nation of Veridale says starting soon. Yep, we have started. Fade 528 says yo, that's fine. 528 again says 2 minutes, let's go. Yep. Okay, let's just get to some of the actual questions here. So Cayman 3849 says, my question, where is the country located? And Fade 528 says, quote unquote, British Isles supposedly. I'm not sure what supposedly is supposed to mean, but yes, we are located in the British Isles. If the accent isn't a clear enough giveaway, I do reside in these fair isles, and specifically Stomaria proper, if you like, is located in the southeast of England in Hampshire. It's both where I reside and where the territory, the province of Southwood, is also located. So we are very heavily focused in the southeast of England. Fade 528 says, hello Andrew, also the camera works, fantastic. The other thing I should mention, because obviously I don't hear it, but the audio, when I watch back on our lives, the audio is always very, I'm trying to think how to describe it. It feels very distant and echoey, which is weird because I don't change anything in terms of the setup that we have when I actually do lives. It's the same as I just do my long form videos or the shorts or whatever else. But I think it's because when I go into the editing process, it just inadvertently converts the audio into something a lot more pleasant to listen to. Whereas the lives, they're just literally uploaded straight back onto YouTube without me actually having to edit or anything like that, which is one of the reasons I like doing lives, because even though it might take 2, 3, 4 hours or whatever else to do a live, the reality is that doing long form videos for me, or even shorts, but in particular long form videos, can take up to half a day to actually do. Once you've taken into account the script that I have to put together after considering which topic I'm going to discuss, and then spend a few hours sort of amending that, adjusting that, moving the content around a little bit. So I actually write a script for these. I never used to, but I do these days. I write a script for the long form videos. And then I get to go through the process of actually recording it, and that takes a lot longer than the long form videos would suggest. So like a 10-minute long form video might take somewhere between an hour and 2 hours to actually record. Because what I'll do is I'll sit there and I'll read a segment of my script, and then I'll pause it, rewatch it, make sure I'm happy with it, and if I'm not, redo it, delete the last one, and then keep doing that process. And so I could, say the same segment of the script 5 or 6 times before I'm actually happy with it, sometimes more than that. And so yeah, it can take a solid half a day to do, especially once I've actually recorded it, I need to go through, upload it onto my laptop, and then I have to edit it. I have to add in the various pictures and various video snippets or whatever else that's to do with the video itself, and then obviously upload it. So it does take a long time to actually do, whereas lives, it's a lot more simple for me. It's obviously a lot more messy. I go on various tangents, I discuss various different things, but it is a good opportunity for me to let my hair down in some way and just, you know, say what I need to say, not refine it at all. There's no opportunity to refine it at all, and then I can just literally sit back and watch it upload, having done what I want to do. And it was also a good opportunity to interact with everyone else. So I do like doing lives in and amongst our live long form videos. So yes, what were we talking about? Oh, the camera working, yeah. Case in point, go off on tangents. Eagle and Swine Official says, hello there. Not even going to attempt to pronounce your name. I'm going to call you Com. Com says hello. Konganen says more messages from the Emperor, of course. Catty Scap. I'm going to say it's Catty Scap. I'm Stoma in it. Not sure what that's referencing, but okay. Where are we? See, again, you'll have to forgive me again because the live chat seems to jump around quite a lot when I try to read these, so I am having to keep scrolling back up and then all over the place with it. So just bear with me when I get through them. Fade528 says, oh no, sorry, missed one. Not a question, but Turkman 2005 says, hello Emperor, how are you? I am doing very well, thank you. We're just really getting into the motion now of getting the Q&A going. Fade528 says, wouldn't Stomaria make more money through selling stuff? You'd think so, but it is a lot more complicated than that, because we are trying to do things that, well, establish industries, if you like, which are Stomarian specific, in the sense that I could, you know, create, I don't know, as an example, some sort of e-commerce website or do something through Amazon or whatever else. But it's not Stomarian specific. Stomarian specific products like the honey that we produce or the rhubarb that we produce or the energy or the pine logs or whatever else that we produce. These are things that we do sell, but they're obviously a lot more, they're a lot more niche. There is less demand, I suspect, in the wider world for honey than there is through any number of products that I could potentially sell. We're not looking at what the most popular products are and then acquiring those to resell them or whatever else like that. We're not creating business ventures in that sense. We are creating Stomaria, and any business ventures which make sense to Stomaria, that we are leaning into, which does generate a small amount of revenue. But I'd be lying if I said it generated huge amounts of revenue. Certainly, when it comes to the amount of revenue that we generate in comparison to the ad revenue or the contributions, the donations from our supporters, or even the sale of generic Stomarian merchandise, these are more profitable than just things that we create ourselves, which is fine because the things we create ourselves, we do utilize ourselves, so it's not like it's wasted in any shape or form. Something I'll probably talk about a little bit later about the establishment of industries for nation building projects like ours, because I do get a lot of questions about that sort of thing. But that aside, we do make money selling things, but it's not nearly as much as we make through other means. I'm going to call you 233. So 233 says hello there. Cat Keyscap says I'm going to call you Cat. So just for I'm going to give you all nicknames as we go forward with this, because I'm not going to try to remember how I pronounced it the last time. Cat says they're making more money extra. I'm not sure that. Okay, fine. Fade528, I'm going to call you 528, says seems fair. Cat says yeah, right. Quackers says greetings, Sir Andrew. Hello there. Glad that you could join us. Peter says hi. Mentally insane true. I'm going to call you True. Have you established a space force yet? If not, why? No, we haven't, and I feel like the reason and rationale for that is pretty self-explanatory. I don't think I need to delve too much into that one. The shouty bloke says, Kick pays well for streaming. I have been told this about Kick. I've never been on Kick, I've never watched anything on Kick, I've never participated in Kick on any shape or form. And I'm always just a bit reluctant to jump onto more social media because at some point I've got to draw a line. We've already got our Facebook page and our Facebook group, we've already got our YouTube channel, we've got our subreddit, we've got our Discord server, we've got our X account, previously Twitter. At some point I've got to draw the line somewhere and go, I think we've got enough presence on social media. Because I could just keep going. I'm sure there are dozens and dozens, maybe more, social media platforms that we could utilize. We could go on Blue Sky or Kick, or we could go on TikTok or whatever else. But this is something that I have to constantly manage in some form or another. So it's just not, from my perspective, it's not worth it. I'd rather drive down and really hammer home what we've got now and try to utilize what we have and try to enlarge what we have in as much as we can. And to be honest, YouTube is, as time goes on, ticking more and more boxes for us. When we first jumped onto YouTube, which was like 2020, so it was like a year after we were founded, we decided to set up a YouTube channel, having been on Facebook prior to that. And we found that YouTube was good for the video side of things, obviously. But that aside, we never really used YouTube for anything. But over the more recent years, YouTube has certainly branched out, or at least I believe they have. I don't really follow it as much as other people might, but I think they either introduced new features or I became aware of new features, such as the community section that YouTube has, the ability to actually post photos and updates on YouTube rather than just videos. And so gradually YouTube, from my perspective, is just gradually taken over from everything else. It ticks all the boxes for us. It allows us to do more, and the YouTube algorithm is a lot more forgiving than Facebook or any of the other social media platforms that we use. I did make a video about this relatively recently, about some of the stats between our Facebook page and YouTube channel as an example. But the long and short of it is, I mean, the reach of our YouTube channel to the people that subscribe to us is ridiculously high compared to Facebook. I think it's, it could be anywhere between 10 and 20 times the reach. And so from our perspective, we do keep utilizing our Facebook page, but we're trying to lean more heavily onto YouTube, which is why I do the YouTube lives rather than Facebook lives. It's why I try to encourage more people to sort of subscribe to our YouTube channel if they have to pick a platform to follow us on, because as I say, it's a lot more forgiving, and a lot of our content has the potential to go more viral and reach more people. So again, this is why I'm doing what I'm doing today. I want to make sure that as many people are as aware as possible that we are here, and if they want to get behind us and support us, then they can do. Agam Creep, I'm going to call you I'm going to call you Agam. Agama. This is going to be a thing. Where are we now? We're not even 20 minutes in, and I'm already struggling. Has the new subscriber popularity gone to your head? Why not use AI for social media? It's good at that kind of thing. I'm not sure what you mean by saying going to my head. I mean, it's great that we have had that boost in popularity. We have had smaller, not quite as large. We have had small boosts in the number of subscribers that have joined us in the past by a few hundred, which at the time might have represented 5 or 10% of our total subscriber count. So it's good when it happens, but this is the first time that this has happened in an extremely major way, where it's gone up. I can't even think of the percentages. Somewhere between 60 and 80%, I guess. A boost in the number of subscribers, which is obviously fantastic. But to me, subscribers on YouTube, while it is fantastic and it is an extremely useful tool, it is just the tip of the iceberg as far as I'm concerned. If it was just to stop there, it wouldn't really advance what Stomaria is doing in any real way. Because what I want to do is I want to convert those subscribers into long-term supporters and citizens of Stomaria. I want them to get involved in the development and expansion of Stomaria. And in doing so, actually building a nation, a community, a society out there in the real world rather than just in the online space. Because as I say, I've always viewed social media as a tool. If I have 1 million subscribers on YouTube, fantastic. You will not hear me complain about that one iota. But if that doesn't result in a single Stomarian citizen joining up, then obviously something's gone wrong. I want to make sure that this is just the start of the process. I want to be able to convert more subscribers into citizens, and then in turn more citizens into lords and ladies of Stomaria, into governors, members of the Imperial Guard, or whatever else might be required at the time. And I want to make sure that, yeah, as I say, that I want to make sure that everything we do on social media has a goal and a purpose, which is just to direct more people into becoming more active in the real world. Because ultimately that is what we are about. We are not an online entity. We have a significant presence on social media, but we are not based solely on social media, as should be quite self-evident from a lot of the content we do put out there. So we'll see how that goes. So why not you? Oh, so second question then. Why not use AI for social media? I mean, I'm not sure what you're meaning in terms of using AI for my social media. I mean, I'm not adverse to AI in any shape or form. I don't mind using it to like refine images or whatever else. But in terms of like, I don't know, writing my own scripts or actually making the video itself, that's something that I like to do myself because I want to have, I suppose, complete authority over my own words. I don't like the idea of not even just AI, but other people writing my own scripts or writing the content that I'm going to be putting out there or promoting the content that I want to put out there. I would rather do it myself because then I know it's authentic, I know it's me, even if the AI might be able to assist with in some aspects of that. Maybe they, refine some of the language that I use or something to that effect. But even then, I don't know. I feel like maybe checking for spelling errors. I mean, that's the real extent of it that I would trust it to do. I don't like the idea of AI taking the words out of my mouth and then making it into something similar but different. I'd rather speak my own truth, as cliche as a phrase that is, and not rely too heavily on AI or other people to do that for me. Aldazaj says, how do you make passports? So I assume you're talking about the merchandise that we have on our website, on the Imperial Market. These are not passports, these are passport covers. Now, there are Micronations and other entities that do create passports, but I just want to make it abundantly clear, these are not legal documents. And if you are caught, as some people have been in the past, using the non-legitimate passports for like international travel or as a form of ID or whatever else, that can have negative legal consequences, not just for the individual using that passport, but also the entity, the group, the individual that has provided them with that passport. And so we don't provide passports. We provide passport covers. So you can take your existing legitimate passport, be it a UK passport or US or European Union, whatever else, and you can insert it into this cover. So it gives the impression that it is a Stomarian passport, but within it is a legal document. So that's the way we sort of get around that, you see. It's just a bit of it's a bit of fun as much as anything. I mean, I've got mine down in the cupboard there, actually. But yeah, as I say, we don't sell passports. We create passport covers, and we do it through a company. I mean, this is the thing that people always ask me, where do you get these things done? But the company I use is not likely or may not be applicable to you because it is local to me as someone that resides in the British Isles, and if you're elsewhere in the world, it'll be completely relevant to you. But we use a company called, I'm going to try to remember his name now, I'm going to say Bags of Love. We haven't ordered from them some time, but I think that is the name of the company that we used for the passport covers. Oh, sorry, jumped again. Give me a minute. Kat says, have there been any formal wars in the past between Stomaria and another nation? No. No, I mean, we have had no shortage, absolutely no shortage of entities, micronations, or whatever else declaring war or investigations or embargoes or hostilities against Stomaria. This happens, I suppose on average once a week. You only have to check, YouTube comments or Reddit posts or Reddit comments or comments on X or Facebook or whatever else. We have no shortage of people declaring war or whatever else on us. But we are not interested in that sort of thing. So in terms of people declaring war, yeah, absolutely. People do declare war on us all the time. In terms of us actually being in a war, no, not at all. Now, we did have an incident, or a series of incidents, but more recently was the more serious one. Last year, I'm going to say, when was it? August time, I think, when we had some former Waywoodians. Now, for those that don't know, the Kingdom of Waywood is a member state of the Empire. But prior to Waywood joining the Empire, some Waywoodians that left Waywood prior to them becoming a member state of the Empire had something of an axe to grind with Waywood for whatever reason. I don't pretend to understand the ins and outs, the politics of it, or whatever else. But when Waywood became a member state of the Empire, that made the Empire as a whole, including Stomaria, a target as far as they were concerned. And so we did have people trespass on our land, destroy some of our property, steal some of our property, and we ended up getting the local police involved to rectify that. And that is the closest thing, really, that we've ever had to a quote-unquote war. But it wasn't a war in any conventional sense. It was just a couple of vandals, breaking onto our property and destroying our property with the intention of trying to intimidate us. And obviously it failed. So no, that's the closest thing we've ever come to a conflict or a war. But as I say, we don't define it as either. I don't know when you'll read this, but a smaller room would reduce the echo effect. It would. I mean, I do appreciate that the room that I am is quite large, comparatively speaking, and I'm sure that does have an impact. But the only reason I made the comment initially was to highlight that this is the setup that I always have. It's just that when I do lives, for some reason, my the recording comes out slightly differently than when I do long forms. Like when I do a long form, if I just take a video or a video recording of it and I upload it straight onto YouTube after uploading it onto my laptop, it will sound different than a live just being uploaded straight onto YouTube. And I don't know why that is, but I just wanted to highlight that. So I assume for everyone listening that when I'm talking, it does have a bit of an echo effect. I assume that is the case. Eggman says, you need to get a streaming room with a Stomaria RGB sign behind. I mean, I don't think I can justify turfing out someone from their bedroom or whatever else in our home to create a specific streaming room. We just don't have the space or capacity for it, really, and it's not really something that I consider a major priority. So we'll give that a miss, but I do appreciate the thought. Kat says, do not use AI. I mean, again, I'm not adverse to using it in some ways, but in terms of using it to, like write my scripts or amend my scripts into something that isn't quite what I am or how I'm presenting it, that just doesn't sit right with me. And in terms of like using AI videos or whatever else, like genuine AI videos, like an AI video of me talking in a long form video where you wouldn't necessarily know it wasn't me, that I wouldn't want to do. It's quite a dangerous thing to go down that kind of path. even though I do know obviously the technology is out there that would allow for that. So that's something that I always have to be careful of, because there are obviously more nefarious actors out there that would not hesitate to use AI for that sorts of means in order to paint not necessarily Stomaria or me personally, but other people, more high profile people, in as bad as light as possible. So that's obviously something that the world is going to have to come to terms with. And to be honest, it's something I am deeply worried about, only because, not because I think that the issue won't rise, but because I just think I can tell if something is AI, but it's evident, very self-evident to me, based on a lot of the content that I see out there, which is clearly AI, and then people reacting to it as if it's genuine. And I like to think that they know that it's AI, but they're reacting to it in a way that would suggest otherwise. But I know definitively that there'll be millions of people that will just believe anything that's put in front of them, or something that feeds their own narrative in some way. And it does worry me, because I think the world is populated by vast numbers of idiots, and it only takes a few of those idiots to believe something that they're being told to go out and do something that is based on a lie. And yeah, going off on a tangent a little bit, I suppose, but I do worry that the use of AI and the fake information that floats around out there, which is facilitated and promoted through AI in some way on many occasions, I think it can have dire consequences further downstream, and that is something that I am quite concerned about long term. But again, not necessarily something Sumerian specific. Just fade in is fine. I'm not sure what that is referencing. Mike Ox says, what happened to the bad men in the woods? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Cat, we don't talk about the woodsman anymore. Okay, I'm not again, I feel like I've missed something. Hang on. Oh, I've inadvertently got top chat rather than live chat, so I might have been missing something. Give me a minute, people. I just want to quickly check. Yeah, I see I've missed. Ugh. Right. I'm going to start from the beginning as live chat, and I'm going to quickly see if I've missed anyone. Right? Give me a minute. Okay, so don't think I've missed. Okay, I think I've caught up there. Sorry, this isn't riveting material at the moment. I just want to make sure I haven't missed anyone out when I. If I've missed anyone out, comment again. I've got it on live now, so if I've missed anyone out, let me know, and I'll read your comment there. Turkman says, I suppose my main question, in your opinion, what is the main difference between an emperor and a president, or the pros and cons? Well, I suppose the difference between an emperor and a president is the difference between an empire and a republic, by and large, or some kind of representative democracy at least. And the differences and the pros and cons are many. So I have made videos about this sort of thing before. If you haven't watched our How to Start a Nation series, it does discuss this in a lot more detail. But I suppose to surmise, from the nation building perspective, from the perspective of the kind of entities that we are building, being an emperor or an autocrat of some kind, a king, a prince, or whatever else you might define it, the advantages are pretty straightforward. It means that you can do more quickly. It means you don't have to rely so much on different branches of the government that you have established in order to verify or confirm certain actions. If you want to do something, you can just do it. So as me as the Emperor of Stomaria, it's a lot more efficient for me just to go, right, this is what I'm going to do, this is what we're going to do, this is it, this is happening. There's no need for me to confer with other people necessarily. There's no need for me to hold a vote or persuade people of my opinion or whatever else. Now, we do have the Imperial Court, which is an advisory body, but that's slightly different. That's to do with the Empire as a whole rather than Stomaria itself. With Stomaria, I have total and complete control over its direction, in as far as the territories and the lands that I control and I own, and the brand, the structure, the ideology of Stomaria. That's all down to me. No one else has any control or say over that. Now, if you are a president, obviously the advantages of that could, I mean, if we say president, republican, democracy, we'll kind of conflate all three. The advantages of that, theoretically, is that it could entice more people to get involved if they think that what they are doing has more of an impact on the nation itself. So, for example, it might be easier to recruit people and say, come and join the legislative branch of my nation or my community, and you can help influence the direction of the nation in question, as opposed to join as a citizen, this is how it is, and if you don't like it, you can leave, which is kind of the approach that I typically have. But with a president or a democracy or a republic, you might be able to entice more people to join, but with that comes immediate drawbacks. Because while it might be more difficult to bring people into a nation or a community which is more top down in the governmental sense, if you, on the flip side of things, you have the issue of people simply not agreeing with each other with how best to proceed, and so everything just comes to a grinding halt. So if you have a legislative branch, for instance, and you have 10 people in there, 3 people are ardent communists, 3 people are ardent capitalists, and 4 people want to scrap the entire system altogether and establish a monarchy or whatever else, you're never going to get any meaningful cooperation between those kinds of people. And so inevitably what happens is things just grind to a halt. And so the powers of the president, assuming that it does have some limitations based on the legislative branch of some sort, that they'll just not be able to do anything. The progress and the development of that community, of that entity, will come to a grinding halt. And this is even more prevalent in the nation building and micronational experience, because by and large, the number of people that are extraordinarily active on a consistent basis is very, very small. So if you do have 10 people within your legislature, and that's the full quorum that you have, the total number of people that you have in that legislature, but only 3 bother to turn up to vote, once a month or every couple of months, and you need a certain number of people to pass it, or even if you don't, I mean, what is the point? It's far better to just have a select number of people that are going to be important and critical in developing your nation, and just getting them to positions where they're going to be able to assist you, and then just run with it. From my perspective, at least, other people will have different opinions, but I think for what we're building and what other people like us are building, it makes more sense to have more control with as few people as possible, in the sense that the direction and governance and the growth of that nation can be decided with in and amongst those few people. Now, when it comes to actual, individual liberty, individual rights, and natural rights of the individual, obviously, the ultimate power resides with the individual, and resides with the, as far as I'm concerned, the family unit. That is the most important unit from my perspective. But in terms of the governance side of things, in terms of the actual operations of a small but powerful government, I think the fewer people involved, the better. So a bit of a long-winded and not very coherent sort of statement. Again, you can go back and look at previous videos that we put out there, which does discuss this in more detail if you want, but I'm happy to lean into that a little bit more if you want, but I don't want to spend too much time on it right this moment. Kat says, oh wait, yeah, those guys. I'm not sure. I presume you're talking about the former Waywoodians, but I'm just hazarding a guess there. Turkman says, thank you. Luke says, hi, just came to like. Good luck with Stomaria project. Thank you very much, Luke. Appreciate that. You have a good day. Nation of Veridale says, on your website, you used to sell silver bars. Are you still selling them? Not at the moment, no. We did have a kind of a period in which we were encouraging people to purchase what gradually became the last of our silver Sumerian stated coins, because these were being decommissioned and I basically wanted shot of them so we could focus exclusively on the stated bars. But with the stater coins being sold, people then switched to the accumulation of stater bars, which is fantastic. But unfortunately, it was draining the imperial treasury a bit too quickly. And we were wanting to make sure that we had something to actually use as a medium of exchange for the community at large. So at the moment, we are not selling them. But that isn't to say that we won't sell them at some point in the future. It's just that as of right this moment in time, it's just not something that's feasible from our perspective until we get ourselves back into a position where we can justify selling them. Because originally we were never supposed to sell them. The stater bars, that is. They were supposed to be specifically for trade, commerce, and enterprise as a means of encouraging people to actually produce goods, to establish industries, and then to use those industries to produce the goods that we thought would benefit Stomaria, and we would exchange it with silver. So there would be a real tangible benefit to people accumulating the silver in that way, and we would be able to facilitate trade and have Stomaria act as a conduit of trade, commerce, and enterprise, which is the primary goal of using the stater bar in the first place. But once we did start advertising it as something that you could buy, the sale of them was happening a little bit too rapidly, so we did have to take it off the market for the foreseeable future. But at some point we will likely bring it back on. But the only real way to accumulate silver stated bars is to engage in a trading relationship with Stomaria. And to do that, you'd have to be a verified trading partner, which would be nothing short of a member state of the Empire or an external ally. So those are the only people that we engage in that kind of activity with. True says, is Stomaria a nation, or is it a name for a bunch of nations, regions / regions unified into one, like the United States have, well, states? So Stomaria is a nation. The Empire consists of those nations that have become member states within our orbit. The Empire of Stomaria references Stomaria and the member states together. That's how those are the terminologies in a nutshell, but often these terms are used interchangeably. So often sometimes I'll do it. So if I say Stomaria, sometimes I'm inadvertently referring to Stomaria and the member states of the Empire. And sometimes when I say Stomaria, I'm just referencing Stomaria itself. So the member states of the Empire, so you have like the Kingdom of Wayward and the Republic of Vesta. And the Kingdom of Wayward, it has its own government, it has its own kind of structure in some kind, it has its own culture and identity, and the same with Vesta. These are nations in their own right, but they form a part of the Empire. Whereas Stomaria, I suppose in some way sits above that, in the set because it is the Empire of Stomaria. So again, I don't want to go in circles too much, but the long and short of it is that Stomaria, the Empire, and the Empire of Stomaria do refer to different things, but we do occasionally use the terms interchangeably. So just bear that in mind. Hopefully it's obvious, based on the conversation or the context of what's been talked about, what we are talking about, but occasionally, the terminology is not fully used correctly. So I appreciate that there might be some confusion on that one. Paitland says, cool, very good. Lona Wood, I will call you Lona. What further plans do you have for actively managing the woodland? I know you have removed a lot of the rhododendron, but you have to replace it with trees or it will just come back and create more headache. Yeah, so the rhododendron was removed. It's considered an invasive species. Yeah, it's the rhododendron. For some reason I was thinking of laurel for a second there, but it's not. It's definitely rhododendron. So the rhododendron was removed. There is still quite a lot of it there. The idea is to utilize the space that we have cleared for other purposes, not necessarily the planting of trees. Not because we're adverse to planting trees, but planting trees within an established woodland where there is already fully grown pine trees. It does make the trees grow in very unhealthy shape. So we do have, for example, there's probably half a dozen or a dozen like oak trees within this pine forest, and then that's effectively what it is. It's a pine forest. But because the pines dominate the treetops, the oak trees have grown in very odd ways, in very spindly ways, and they look like they could fall over any moment now as they're trying to sort of maneuver themselves to try to catch some light. And we are keeping an eye on some of them because they will just grow dangerously if we start planting trees there. We have planted a few fruit trees over the years, which have produced fruit on some occasions, nothing major. It's not the best environment for them either. But what we like to do is we like to grow, grow things like rhubarb and grow raspberries and blackberries and that sort of thing. Things that do have more of a tolerance for that sort of thing, like a large shaded area. But in terms of generic plants and plant growth, we do plant small shrubs and we plant bulbs and herbs and things like that, and other small shrubbery. But in terms of planting anything major, it's not on our radar. Certainly not for southward. We are looking to plant. I mean, one of our original plans was to purchase up some. Trying to think of the right word, like pasture land, I suppose, or grassland. And we wanted to purchase a series of oak saplings, and we wanted to start planting them because I would like to grow an oak forest at some point. That's what I would like to do, but it really has to be done not necessarily from scratch, but in an environment in which those oak trees are going to survive and are going to be grown up to be healthy and stable. And not a danger to anyone in later years, or something that's just going to have to get chopped down in later years because they've grown at such awkward angles. So, not adverse to tree planting at all. It is one of the core things that I want to do from the Green Initiative campaign that we set up some years ago, but we just need to have the right space and the right place to do it. Kov says, "Greetings, Stomaria. Why do you like communations?" I don't. I'm not sure what that's referencing. Either that was a slip of the tongue, and I certainly do not like communist nations. I don't like communist micronations. I don't like communist ideologies. I'm opposed to totalitarianism. I'm opposed to oppression. I'm opposed to collectivization. I'm opposed to anything that would stand in the way of promoting family values, free exchange, free association, free speech, and all the rest. So communism doesn't exactly have a good track record in those sorts of departments. So I will make sure that that's as clear going forward if it's not already. I had put out various videos before denouncing communism, communist micronations. So I'm not quite sure why you would assume I like them. King Haniel Flomo of Judah. I shall call you Haniel, I guess. Is it Haniel? We'll say Haniel. Good morning, Emperor Andrew. How are you? How's your lovely family? Where did you print the flag of Stomaria? Thank you for all the videos. I really love it. So, family's well. Thank you for asking. In terms of the flags, again, this goes back to what I was saying earlier regarding the passport covers. Just because it's where we get them doesn't mean it's going to be most appropriate for you. We get our flags printed at a company called flagsandflagpoles.co.uk, which is obviously a UK, British-based company. So that's who we use. They might not be the cheapest, they might not even be the highest quality, but that's who we have always used. In terms of who you can use, the sky's the limits. There are hundreds, thousands of companies that produce flags. You just need to pick one. You could even go on Amazon and do it. I think I'm pretty sure we would get theirs done through Amazon. I might be wrong on that one, but I'm sure they have in the past. So if in doubt, just use Amazon, I guess. But I can't vouch for their quality or their value. So do your own research and find a cheap flag. But I will say, I mean, it's probably more applicable to flags and flagpoles.co.uk. But if you are going to buy flags, I would suggest you get to yourself to a position where you can justify purchasing more than one. Because typically, if you just purchase one flag, regardless of the size, you'll pay a massive premium on it. But if you purchase multiple flags at the same time, you could get them for 15 or 20 quid, give or take. Depending on where you buy them, I guess. But certainly from our experience and our perspective, that's what you should be doing. Kat says, what started the conflict between Stomaria and the popular Micronations? I'm not sure which. Are you talking about like the Westarctica, Ladonia, I suppose Slowjamastan in some form or another, or whatever? I assume you're talking about those kinds of Micronations, the MicroCon crowd, the old guard. Although that term isn't necessarily always applicable, because Slowjamastan is actually an incredibly new micronation. I think it's actually newer than Stomaria. But because of the popularity of their founder, I believe he's a DJ or something like that in a certain part of the world. I want to say California, but I'm probably wrong on that. But because this DJ founded a micronation, they got an instant PR boost, if you like. So it was a bit easier for them to get the ball rolling. And can't knock them for the amount of work that they do in making Slowjamastan what it is. They've done a lot, in a lot of ways far surpassed Stomaria in terms of the land mass, a lot of their infrastructure and all the rest of it. No issues there. But at the end of the day, Slowjamastan is a satirical micronation, and so just doesn't have the same goals as Stomaria. It doesn't have the same drive as Stomaria, and there'd be no real meaningful, tangible reason to associate with them anyway. But that will side. I assume you're talking about the micronations of that ilk, and it really just comes off the back of the fact that back in, when was it? It must have been 2022. I put out a video saying that we were not going to attend MicroCon because we had been invited by one of the organisers of MicroCon 2023 to attend. And I gave it some thought, and I decided on balance that it just wouldn't be worth our time attending. The micronations that attend this sorts of events, they're gunning for various different things, and almost none of them have any aspiration to build an actual modern nation in the modern world, which is what we are looking to do. Some might be entirely satirical, some are run by children, some are fixated on very bizarre things, which range from the extermination of squirrels to the destruction of crocs, or whatever else. Some are single-issue campaigns, predominantly environmentalism. There are a dime a dozen within the micronational community, and on and on it goes. There's very little in the way of trying to establish a genuine nation in the modern world, and so from our perspective, there would just be no benefit in attending. I'm not going to travel to another country or another continent just to shake hands or take some selfies with people that have completely different aspirations to my own, and with the sole benefit being some potential publicity. But even then, MicroCon doesn't have the same pull that it used to when it comes to the media space, I don't think. I remember when the MicroCon 2023 content came out, there was basically no mention of it across social media or traditional media, as far as I could see, at all. And one of the most popular videos on YouTube about MicroCon 2023 was our video saying why we are not attending MicroCon 2023, which just goes to show the reasons and the rationale for going, which would only be for publicity. Even that wasn't there in the end. So I think we made the right decision on that one. But because we actually declined that invitation, we made it clear to the world that we weren't going to go. The attendees of MicroCon, which are typically, you do get a lot of new people attending, but they're the regulars of Microcon, that being the sort of the old guard, which we're talking about, the Ladonia, the Westarctica, the Mauritania, whatever else, or the Molossia. They did take exception to that, and this video even prompted Slowjamastan to make a music video about Stomaria in retaliation to that, which we did. We weren't upset about it in any shape or form. We've used clips of that same video many times over the years for our own content, because as satirical a video as that music video was, it does drive home a very simple point and a very simple message that we always ask ourselves is, what benefit is there to us? That's what we always ask ourselves when we pursue any action. Is there a benefit to Stomaria and the Stomarian community in going down this route? Is there a reason that we are doing this aside from having a laugh or whatever else? Because as a lot of our content would suggest, we're not adverse to making the occasional satirical video, or we're not adverse to putting out lighter-hearted content from time to time. But at the end of the day, our core mission remains the same, which is to establish a nation in the modern world. And you can't do that by interacting and engaging with people that just don't have that interest or don't have that drive. And so there's always been a bit of a rift there. And it wasn't long after that. So that was probably, I want to say it's like August, September 2022 that sort of all transpired. And it was actually a few months after that, in December 2022, not because of that specifically, but I suppose a part of that reason, that we decided to say, all right, okay, we're going to stop referring to Stomaria as Micronation. We don't want to participate in micronational groups or forums or whatever else anymore, which is the only real interaction we had with the micronational community at large, because they just weren't looking to do what we were looking to do. And so we started to transition to more a different terminology, if you like. So we would define what we were doing as nation building rather than micronationalism. And a lot of the entities that were wishing for our downfall up until that point, they assumed, I think, that we would simply fade into oblivion, fade into obscurity, and no one would hear from us again, and just be another micronation that faded into oblivion. But as is relatively self-evident by this point, the opposite happened. We grew and expanded, and we reached all-time highs in terms of our popularity, and we stand here today as one of the most well-known nation-building projects in the world, even without the recent influx of all the subscribers and interest that we've had on our YouTube channel. Even before then, we were very well-known, comparatively speaking, and I want to emphasize comparatively speaking, because, when it comes to a popularity contest, there are many, many people more popular than Stomaria. But when it comes to micronationalism or nation building, we're definitely up there. And that's despite not contributing at all for years to any micronational groups or forums or whatever else. We just post on our own social media platforms for the most part, and we grow and expand from that point. We're, the people that interview me, we've had a few interviews in the past. I actually had one a few days ago, and that will be released in probably a month or so. That's all come about because of the content that we put out on our own social media platforms, and we don't require advertisement on other people's platforms or other groups or forums or whatever else which are micronational in nature to grow our audience, because people will just naturally find us because of the content that we put out there. And as far as I'm concerned, what we are doing is what most people would assume micronationalism to be, which is always the conundrum. It was because the reason we defined ourselves as a micronation in the first place is because, like a lot of people, we assumed that what we were doing, which was creating an entity that was not sovereign, but it was establishing a nation and a community. And we assumed that would define Stomaria as a micronation. So we did define Stomaria as a micronation from our foundation in 2019 up until 2022. But you very quickly realize that most micronations, and I'm talking over 99%, just have no aspiration to build actual nations. Again, this is the reason why we pulled away from that a lot. We're certainly not the first entity to have done so, but I would say that we are probably the first entity to say, no, the absurdities that have been entrenched within micronationalism is just not what we're interested in. This is the alternative. And I think we are one of the first, if not the first, that have created a genuine alternative, not just to the what you might call macronations, the conventional nations of the world, but also an alternative to micronationalism. And for the old guard, for the people that have been in this for decades, some of them been at it longer than I've been alive, obviously rubs them the wrong way, because I'm essentially, and I am, calling them out and saying, this is not good enough, this is not what we want to do, we want to do something else, so we're going to go and do that something else. And even to this day, I know definitively, because we're still talked about by some of these entities, even to this day, that we do get under their skin in some form or another, purely just by existing. And that's that's the reason that a lot of the popular micronations don't like us. Very long-winded way of saying, getting around. We got there in the end, but as I say, because this is alive, it's going to go on tangents, you're going to have to tolerate my waffling, I'm afraid. Right. Where did we get to? Stomaria and the popular micronations, yep, we've done that. True says there should be a Stomarian space force. You see, I'm not. Stomaria is not a fantasy nation. Is the simplest way I can describe it. We're not doing things that are not pragmatic or practical or advance our interests. Me creating a space force is the complete opposite of realism from our perspective. It doesn't advance Stomaria or its interests in any way, so it's just not something that we're going to do. Fade528 says, I am the current leader of a micronation and I'm interested in working with Stomaria. You may remember me. I asked in Discord whether you accept gifts. We are focused on industrial development. Oh, yes, I do remember that. Yeah, someone in the Discord chat was asking about sending gifts. As I say, we don't accept gifts or anything of that nature from those that we don't already know, because I don't really want to go down that route. And as much as anything, it's a potential security hazard from our own perspective in terms of providing random people with our address. So we only engage with those that we have some kind of formal affiliation with, who I know personally, or know in some genuine capacity. So the allies and the member states of the Empire and those affiliated with us. In that kind of way. That would be the extent of the engagement that we have. So if you are interested in becoming an ally of Stomaria, you would need to go onto our website, contact us by email, and apply based on the criteria that we have set out on our website. So if you go to the foreign affairs page on our website, you'll see a list of criteria that we consider. So it'll be things like longevity, consistency, ideology, maturity, all of these different things. And we want to make sure that the applicant is going to be suitable to become an ally of Stomaria or a member state of the Empire. So if you want to go down that route, you can do, and then we'd be happy to potentially discuss some kind of trade or engagement. But again, a lot of it, again, has to do with geography as much as anything else, because if you're in Malaysia, any kind of long-term trade or engagement is going to be not sustainable. So we are conscious of that. So depending on location, we can definitely cooperate in some way. Since I just so 233 says, since I discovered Stomaria, I have been seeing a lot of the videos, and I must say I have loved them and learned a lot about Stomaria and his story. Now my question is, will there be a 2026 budget video? So I'm glad that you managed to find a lot of our content. I mean, sometimes I get my old content recommended to me as well. And some of the content, I actually said this in the interview that we had a few days ago. I can't remember if it was during the interview or after we had the interview, we had a sort of discussion about it. But a lot of the older content that I put out there, I do cringe at a little bit, some of the stuff. Because, I mean, I suppose it's just the thing that would sort of naturally progress with time. It's like when you're creating a video and you're putting out a video and you're thinking, yeah, that's pretty high quality, that's about the standard that I would expect it to be, and you release it, and then you go back a couple of years, having developed your skills and your, not just your speaking skills necessarily, but your editing skills and your way of going about yourself. And you look back on some of the earlier content that you put out there and you think, Christ almighty, that was something. So I have ummed and ahed about potentially removing a lot of our older content, especially up until sort of 2022 when we stopped referring to Stomaria as a micronation. But on balance, I decided it'd be better just to leave everything out there. We've never deleted any video or never deleted any post or content or whatever else, because ultimately it does, if nothing else, it shows the transition. It shows the history of Stomaria. And as you say, it kind of, you can follow a story. I mean, if you go back to our oldest video and then just sort of follow it down, you can see how everything gradually evolves and develops. And sometimes I look back on some of our older videos and the older content just to see if my opinions or values or ideological standpoint, if that's shifted at all over the years. Because even though I will say, 5 or 6 years ago, I might have said X, Y, and Z, and at the time I would have meant it. So it's always interesting to me if, going back to that point, do I still believe those same things? And by and large, the answer is yes. In terms of an ideological standpoint, in terms of our objectives, in terms of our aspirations, in terms of my attitude towards interacting with other people, in a formal capacity at least, and so on and so forth. I've been very consistent for well over half a decade at this point. I suppose we've just got slightly better at refining that and making sure that message is clear. You did ask another question. Will there be a 2026 budget video? No, I mean, I would have said yes if the 2025 budget video had borne fruit, in the sense that had we, because I did make it clear in the 2025 budget video, this was our intention, this was our plan, this is what I wanted to happen. But I put in various caveats throughout that video, as I recall, saying things could change, things could happen, and not everything might pan out exactly the way I want it to. And as it transpired, not everything happened the way I wanted it to, and things did not transpire as planned. So in the end, the 2025 budget was not thrown out exactly, but the opportunity to utilize the budget in a way that was going to be beneficial to Stomaria without having a negative impact on myself and my family, it just didn't pan out in the end, which was unfortunate. So on reflection, I would have done a 2026 budget video if I thought we were definitively going to stick with it. But at this point, I think it is better to not set any kind of expectations on that front, and instead just focus on what we can do at the moment. Because the issue that we've always had is that my ambitions have always outstripped my capacity to fulfill those ambitions to some extent. Obviously, we have been able to accomplish quite a lot in the great scheme of things. We've been able to do a lot for Stomaria and the Stomarian community. But my vision for what I want Stomaria to be far exceeds what I can give to it at any one time. And even though that the 2025 budget basically laid out a blueprint for what I wanted to happen based on certain plans that I had in place, ultimately, as I say, it just didn't bear fruit. And so it just kind of fell apart at the seams from that one. Not because I didn't want it to happen, but because I had to prioritize other things around me before focusing on Stomaria, which is always the juggling act that I have to do as the Emperor of Stomaria. For Stomarian citizens and Stomarian laws and ADs or whatever else, people who are associated or affiliated with Stomaria in some way, it's quite easy for these sorts of people to dip in and out, which is fine. I would expect it. But a lot of people, when they see Stomaria, when they know about Stomaria, when they learn about Stomaria, they will see me and they will understand that I am the one that makes things happen by and large. And so there is this responsibility on my shoulders to make things happen, even when it doesn't always benefit me or the people around me, just to keep the train moving, just to keep things pushing forward. And so for me, it's always, as I say, a bit of a juggling act in trying to manage my work life with my family life, with Stomaria itself, and all of the other complications that life throws at you. So yeah, the short answer is that no, we won't be doing a 26 budget video, because the 2025 budget video, it didn't pan out the way I wanted it to, and I don't want to have a series of budget videos which we just don't keep on top of, if that makes sense. True says, what's the size of Stomaria, including member states? Geographically speaking, I mean, Stomaria is very small, geographically speaking, as is the population. I don't, if you're talking about population or land size, I assume you're talking about land size. So if you go onto our website, if you go onto the website page called Member States, it will have a very detailed breakdown of the land mass that Stomaria and the Member States consist of. So off the top of my head, it's a little over 900 square meters, consisting of southward, a little over 900 square meters consisting of wayward south. I think it's 4,000 something square meters for Porto Lagoa, which is another province of the Empire, or province of Stomaria specifically. But then you have the Republic of Vesta, which has like 0.16 square kilometers of land. So in acreage, if it's easy for people to understand, that makes about southward about a third of an acre-ish, and makes wayward south a third of an acre-ish. It makes Porto Lagoa, I think, probably around an acre-ish, and it makes Augusta, which is the Republic of Vesta in the United States, a province in Wyoming, that makes it about 40 acres, give or take. So again, ballpark figures off the top of my head. We do have more detailed breakdown on the website, as I say. That's just from what I remember. Cayman3849 says, my question, okay, I'm gonna have to, hang on, let me just read this so I don't say it incorrectly. I assume you're trying to say, has Stomaria been attacked by other Micronations? I assume that's what you're trying to say. Maybe I'm just not understanding it fully, but I'm guessing that's what you're trying to say. I think we had a similar question earlier. No, we have not been attacked physically by other Micronations, and we have not attacked other Micronations. But we have had people who used to be affiliated with Wayward, which is a member state of the Empire. We have had a few people come back to our land and break onto the land, destroy some of our property, steal some of our property, and subsequently try to intimidate us and threaten us and all the rest of it, to the point where we actually got the police involved. We have had that, but that wasn't like that's not something we ever defined as a conflict or a war or anything like that. That's just a couple of hooligans that have gotten bored and have decided to try to utilize their time by trying to engage in some nefarious activities. But no, that we have not had any engagement of that sort with other Micronations or nation building projects. Sorry, I'm just going to check something quickly. Gosh, I'm falling behind a bit here. Right. I will try to get to everyone. Bear with me. Oh, actually, sorry, I have just noticed something. Oh, we got a super chat. Fantastic. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll jump to this super chat, and then I'm going to jump back and carry on the comments. But I think I should prioritize those that have actually contributed financially to Stomaria in the actual live stream itself, which is unexpected but very welcome. So thank you. Guardian1326. Hello again. Says, greetings, my friend. It was always good to see you on. How are you and your family? Well, first of all, as always, Guardian1326, thank you very much for the super chat. Again, I told you, I've told you before, it's not necessary for you to do so. It's greatly appreciated. But I am fine, and my family is also well as well. I mean, they currently. I'll tell you what. Actually, the reason I've managed to do this is because my wife's family, so Samantha's family, um, decided that the girls and the children, the mums, if you like, the mums and the kids, were going to go to Disneyland, and so Samantha and Eleanor, my wife and daughter, they left to go to their auntie's last night in preparation for a car journey to Disneyland. So Eleanor, as you can imagine, is very excited about that. But this is the reason why I'm able to do this live stream right now without any fear or interruption, because I basically got 4 solid days to myself. I actually took 2 days off work as well, so Monday and Tuesday I got off. So I've got a solid 4-day period in which I can just grind and get things done. Also have a little bit of me time, also have a little bit of relaxation and all the rest of it. But I'm always someone that wants to, if I've got a spare moment in my life, I like to try to utilize it as best as I can. And at the moment, today, it's all about Stomaria. So family are very well. I've got some running updates on their car journey, because it's quite a car. They're actually driving there, as I say. Did I say? Anyway, they are driving there, and it's quite a journey. But yeah, I saw some photos this morning, but just before they set off, and it was all smiles. So hopefully, by the time they get to the ferry, I mean, they should already been on the ferry and been gone. I mean, I might have had some updates since I started live, but yeah, they're well. Sorry, long-winded way of saying they're well. And thank you again very for the super chat. It's greatly appreciated. And I should say, because for whatever reason you haven't, you have contributed to live chats, live streams before. You've done your super chats and everything. You've contributed financially to Stomaria in a big way. Just sign up as a citizen. You can sign up as a citizen. It doesn't cost you anything to sign up as a citizen, and you have demonstrated tremendous support for Stomaria in the past. It won't affect your stand-in with your own project at all, with your own nation building project. We'd be all too happy to have you. So thank you again for your support, and I'll be in touch with you before too long, hopefully, I'm sure. Right, so I'm now going to scroll back up now that we've done this super chat. Right, where are we? Right, here we are. So, Micronation have attacked. Okay, so yeah, we got to the being attacked part by other entities. The answer was no. Egma says, do you know the rule of 3 in public speaking? No, I don't. I'm sure you'll be able to elaborate and enlighten us in due course. Mike says, do you have any idols? I have been asked about this before, and I mean, I don't want to sound sort of pretentious about it, but I don't think I really do outside of people in my own life. I mean, like I would always cite members of my own family as people I would like to be more like, or replicate, or have taken inspiration from in some form or another. But in terms of like public figures, either past or present, I mean, there's no one that really jumps out. I mean, obviously there have been great men and women in history which have in some way inspired Stomaria in some form or another, but to cite them as like an inspiration for Stomaria or as an idol for me, I would say no. So as an example, I mean, I suppose less idol and more as a person, but more to do with civilizations, because I'm interested in ancient civilizations. That is in large part, not ancient and not so ancient civilizations. That in large part is what Stomaria is. It's a combination of all of these different elements. So if you look at Stomaria's structure, for instance, we are structured much in the same way as the Achaemenid Empire, or the Persian Empire, as many people would more commonly refer it to as. In the sense that it has provinces, which are governed by what they call them satraps, satrapies, sorry, which are governed by satraps. We have provinces governed by governors, and each of these had different cultures and identities. There wasn't like a massive effort to impose like a cultural hegemony over the empire. It was quite decentralized in that sense, which is quite like how Stomaria is structured. The actual flag of Stomaria, the Star of Stomaria, that was derived from the Star of Ishtar, which is in ancient Sumeria, the cradle of human civilization. And that was very deliberate because these are the first civilizations in human history. And that's something that we're very conscious of. Building a nation, a community in the modern world, something new. But also the use of silver or precious metals more generally as a medium of exchange. The first coins, the first money in the world was derived from ancient Lydia with their own stater coins. They actually call them staters, which is why we call them staters. And the list sort of goes on and on. We kind of review history, if you like, or more specifically, I review history, and I go, well, this works, and this works, and this works, and we'll bring it all together and blend it together, which in turn is a bit like how the empire itself is structured, in the sense that we have different nations and different communities with different cultures and identities coming into the empire in some form or another, both as member states and as allies. I think there is strength in that in some form or another by taking what I consider to be the best elements of each civilization and then trying to emulate and replicate that as much as possible to be as successful as possible. Again, you could go even further. You could go to the Carthaginian Empire, which was an empire of trade and commerce and enterprise, which is predominantly what Stomaria is. You could look at the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which had many of the same characteristics as Stomaria. In terms of its, not necessarily its structure, but its, I'm trying to think of the word, the way it was put together, and so it was different community. Not exactly the same. I don't want people to conflate the idea that Stomaria is going to be exactly like one or other entity and replicates them in its fullness. We're just trying to look at history more generally, or I'm trying to look at history more generally. And I just want to make sure that we are replicating the best aspects of whatever nation or community that might be, regardless of what other aspects of that nation or empire or civilization or society was doing. Because obviously not everything is a universal good. Just want to make that clear, in case it wasn't already. So what we're talking about, idols. Yeah, I don't have an idol of a person, but definitely I take inspiration from different civilizations throughout history. Which I could have summarized in half a sentence. Top Commander says, where is Stomaria? I am based in southeast England, in Hampshire specifically. But Stomaria itself doesn't really have like a location, because we could have just defined ourselves as southeast England, but since last year we had a new province, Porto Lagoa, which is actually in Portugal. So if you go onto our website, on the homepage, there's actually a map and which highlights where all of the different territories of the empire are. And so Stomaria is in southeast England and Portugal at the moment. And hopefully over time we will fill in all the blanks of that map in as much as we can. Seb says, how is the progress going for Vesta? To be honest, I've spoken to Consul David a few times, but I want to say the last 2 Imperial Court meetings, he's actually been occupied. So in terms of having a formal progress report from Vesta, I don't have anything since maybe December time, but in a personal capacity, Consul David has had some health issues, which I do believe he's on top of now. But obviously health, family, daily life, that always takes priority over the nation building experience. It's just how it is. There's no point in building a nation if your life is falling apart. So you've got to get your ducks in a row on that front. So doing better now, but I don't have any like formal updates regarding the Republic of Vesta at the moment. TOR says, what are you planning for the future of Stomaria, considering the new states that have joined and the risk of groups harming your territory? I presume you're talking about the allies that we are gradually accumulating. So over the last, I don't know now, 8 months or so, we have quite drastically expanded the number of people that have associated with Stomaria in a formal capacity, but these have all been external allies, external partners. These aren't member states of the Empire. So member states are different from allies because they don't form a part of the Imperial Court, they're not features on status bars, they don't consider me as the Emperor of Stomaria to be their head of state. There are various things that allies don't do, but there's also various things that allies don't get. Which is fine. You can go down either route. Both have various benefits and both has various cons associated with it. But all of the communities, all the nations, all the colourful array of flags that you've seen over the last 8 months or so that have recently signed up to become allies of Stomaria are not member states. So I just want to make sure that's clear. I mean, it's not to say they might not become member states at some point in the future, but you know, that's not something that we anticipate. That's not something that's been hinted at or anything like that. So for the time being, they are allies. I'm not sure what groups you're referring to which are going to harm the territory, aside from what we've already previously discussed. If you've been there for that conversation, maybe you can elaborate on that a little bit, and maybe I can address that a bit clearer if that is the case. Smell says, what do you intend to do with your nation in the future? Well, to do what we are doing now, but on a grander scale, is the long and short of it. The purpose of Stomaria is to expand. We want more land, and we want to utilize that land to grow our own food, to produce our own energy, to collect our own water, to do all manner of things that helps us to attain greater levels of self-sufficiency and self-determination, while at the same time developing a sense of community, of culture and identity, something that you can only do when you're there physically in the real world. And what binds all of us, between all the different races and creeds and political affiliations or whatever else that might run through the Stomarian community, is a set of common values. And that is what we are establishing. We are establishing a nation of common values. And to do so, to attain a de facto independence, we just have to keep doing what we're doing, just on ever larger scales, utilizing our own money, consuming our own food, consuming our own water, consuming our own energy. Obviously, we have to do the usual, you know, abide by the laws of the land. We have to pay the appropriate taxation and all that jazz. That's just, there's no way around it. People that would suggest otherwise are just living in a realm of fantasy and fiction, which is fine if that's what they want to do, but we are pragmatists. We are looking to take pragmatic steps in accomplishing our goals, and we have to be realistic about what that entails. So yeah, more of the same, just on grander scales. Right, scrolling down a little bit. Mike says, if stopped in the street, would you, if asked, give someone food if they were hungry? Do you give to charity and buy big issue paper if someone asks you on the road and is homeless? So I've never bought a big issue paper. I do have, well, for many, many years now, I tend to walk around with various £5 notes in my wallet. And if I do see someone that is homeless, people say you shouldn't, but I do often give these notes to homeless people because I don't know, I despise poverty, and I would not like for anyone to be in that position. And I know full well that there are going to be those that exploit people for that. I know full well that some people would have used that money to do themselves potentially more harm by, you know, buying more alcohol or drugs or whatever else. I know that, but there's always this sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach when I see someone on the street begging for whatever else, and it does pull at my heartstrings more than it should, I suppose. But I'm an incredibly empathic person. It's one of my more feminine traits, I have to say. It's especially true if I see, I mean, I've never seen it with my own eyes, but you know, when you see like children in poverty or children in war zones or something, that just gets me every time. Because being a father myself in particular, thinking of my little girl, you know, she's still 5 years old at the moment. To be in that sort of situation, that really it gets me into an emotional state. Let's just say that. It's I don't know. As the Emperor of Stomaria, as a very masculine, macho man, as a purveyor of the ideology that man should be a protector or a provider, I do have a feminine streak through me, and that does revolve around having an incredibly empathic personality towards people that are in dire straits. And so I do try to give what I can to people when I see it. Yeah, I can't remember what the actual question was. Was it just, do you give to Big Bear? Yeah, I don't think I've ever given anyone food. Probably a better option, but I do tend to give money. Mike says, by bad men in the woods, I mean the one you phoned the police because they were on Wayward's land. Did the police catch them in the end? So I think we did make a video about this, or maybe that's the video you're talking about. In the video, so we. I don't want to necessarily rehash everything I've just said because I did mention this earlier in the live. But there were a couple of Waywoodians that left Wayward long before Wayward became a member state of the Empire. When Wayward did become a member state of the Empire, those same Waywoodians, former Waywoodians, decided that the Empire as a whole, including Stomaria, was fair game. So they broke into our property, they destroyed some of our property, they stole some of our property, they uploaded some videos saying how they were going to come back and intimidate us, threaten us, and that we weren't safe at the land, whatever else. So we got the police involved, and they contacted various people. They identified and contacted various people, people associated with these individuals, and they made it clear that if there was any more trouble, that they would be taking things further. So effectively, there were people associated with this potential affair were forewarned, and we've not heard anything from them since. So long may that remain the case, because we have no interest in that sort of nonsense. But at the same time, we will not let other people threaten us. We will not let other people intimidate us. We'll not let other people destroy our property or whatever else. Obviously, we could have taken our law into our own hands and dealt with it ourselves. But because I have no interest in spending time in a jail cell or having a criminal record or whatever else, I'd rather them suffer that kind of consequence. It was far better to let the appropriate authorities deal with it. So yeah, that was dealt with, and we've not had any issues since. Although we have taken additional precautions on the land to make sure that it doesn't happen again. Agam says, random question, but what's your favourite service station? You must go to lots when you go to treatment lands. I mean, no, I don't actually. I make every effort to not go to service stations. Normally, when I'm in the car, I just go from A to B. I very, very, very rarely fill up my vehicle anywhere aside from locally to me, because I just plan in advance, and I don't travel 400 or 500 miles at a time to any one location, so it's not normally an issue. I'm always told that Fleet Service Station is very nice, which is what service station that I'm at, but I've never been there because I live in Fleet, so I'd have no reason to use the service station. So yeah, I'm afraid it is a bit of a random question. I'm afraid I don't have a good answer for you. The answer is I don't think I've been to a service station for maybe 10 or 15 years, and I couldn't even tell you which service station that was. So I'm afraid I don't have a good enough answer for you. Seb says, have you been in contact with Vesta in recent time? Did we not already cover this? Okay, different question, same kind of principle. Yeah, so yeah, refer to previous answer. Fafo says, hello, do you vote in mainland elections? I've not voted in any election since 2020. When was it? I can't even think of when it was. 2024, I think. And that's because I voted for myself. Different story, but if you know about the founding history of Stomaria, it probably makes more sense. But yeah, the only time I've ever voted in any election, I think, has just been when I voted for myself. But yeah, since then I've not voted at all. I've not taken part in the political process whatsoever. Um, the reasons for that are many, which I can get into if you're interested in that sort of thing. But yeah, long short of it, I've not voted in elections for 11, 12 years, something to that effect. Egan says, can we have a time limit on responses? What, my responses? No. I will waffle on as long as I see fit. Seb says, and what about Wayward's current progress? Wayward is doing quite well at the moment. So Southward and Wayward South are progressing quite well in terms of the development. I must say this all the time, but I really do think we're getting to the point where we're almost done. There's just a few things that we need to throw a little bit more cash at and a bit more time at to make fully complete. But we recently seeded the land in preparation for the Imperial Summit in June. But also we want to be opening up a bit more regularly to the general public, in the sense that we're going to be creating a tourist industry of sorts. So we're going to be having like camping, nearly wild camping, maybe even glamping on the land in order to generate some revenue for the Empire. And so we're just getting the area, the camping area, ready for that. So that's something that we're quite excited about. But yeah, things are progressing well on the Waywardian front in that sense. Obviously, earlier in the year, we did have tragically and suddenly and unexpectedly a fatality, a loss, with John from Wayward, who I suspect most people watching this will have no idea who is, but he was instrumental in helping to build up Wayward from its earliest days. I met him on many occasions, and he was a good man, and I yeah, we all suffer his loss in some way. No, none more so than his family, obviously, but that it wasn't the best start to the year. Let's put it that way. But since then, King Daniel has, as I made clear earlier in this video, he has remained focused on trying to raise awareness for Wayward in a major way. He's really pushing the social media front. He's generating some good revenue at the moment through just like ad revenue through his TikTok account. In fact, for those who are on TikTok and are interested, he might be doing a live now for all I know. But his name is Danny with the Dreads. Also, Wayward does have its own TikTok, which I think he has 3 accounts. But if you go to Danny on the Dreads, you should see links to the other relevant ones, and one of them might be going live at any one time. I don't pretend to know exactly how it all works at the moment, but he's on TikTok, so go and give him a follow, because he does very long lives. Not always Waywardian in nature, but you kind of get to see the man behind Wayward in a more light-hearted setting, I suppose. So go and give him a follow. Egmont says, how many people from outside Stomaria bought the silver coins? I think you sold them on eBay, right? Well, we haven't used eBay for years now. We just do it directly through our own website. But yeah, we sold, gosh, don't know how many now. How many did we have? Yeah, 300 in total. I suspect by the end of it, we probably sold 200, give or take. I'm probably just pulling the number of a hat. I'm just trying to think how many we've actually parted with through trade over the years. Not just recently, just like overall, probably about 200, or around about there. But we stopped minting them. I say minting them. We stopped organising the production of them. We didn't mint them ourselves because it was just more cost effective to use estate bars. So yeah, we sold. I think we did sell more than we exchanged, which is fine. But we're now focused more on the trade aspect of it rather than selling them. Command says, thought on Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, people will ask me about Epstein, Israel, Gaza, Ukraine, Trump, Starmer, and all the rest. I will never comment on all of it. I mean, you can probably ascertain my opinions on Jeffrey Epstein or Jimmy Savile or whatever else, but I don't get involved with these sorts of topics. This is not why I created this channel. I'm here to talk about Stomaria and Stomarian-specific issues. I made a video about this probably last year sometime, but maybe even before that, about why I just don't talk about these macronational, global, international issues, or national issues, or even local issues. I just talk about things that are relevant and related to Stomaria. Yeah, I mean, you can probably guess my opinions on that, but as I say, I'm not going to take up airtime discussing it. Seb says, have you considered minting silver coins at home as you already have the stamp? Well, we stamp the bars, yes. But the stamping the coins, you would have to actually have the coin round, which is the issue. So the smaller the denomination, the more expensive it becomes, which is why we have 50 stated bars, and soon to be 100 stated bars and 1 kilogram stated bars, which is going to be 50 stated coins, 100 stated coins, and 1,000 stated coins in these single units. Whereas 5 stated coins, because of the size of them, they're so small, the premium is just absolutely enormous. So that's the reason that we sort of decommission them. If I could have found blank silver coins from a reputable source, which are pure silver, then potentially we could have gone down the route of actually minting our own coins on that front. But it's just far more cost effective to go out there and get the stated bars, stamp them ourselves with the stamps that we have, and then from that point utilize them as a medium of exchange. Right. Before I continue, I must take a sip of my honey water. So, for this particular live stream, I did line up some bits and bobs around me. So one of the things I have is a flask with honey water and my little mug of honey water ready to go. And it's actually Stomarian honey. And I thought I might need it to soothe my throat as we progress, because I can already feel the throat going. I don't know how long we've been going. I think it's a little under 2 hours at this point. So we're doing well. But to save my voice, I will occasionally dip into the honey. Right. So where are we? The United Kingdom of New England says, hello, Emperor Andrew, how are you? I'm very well, thank you. Is it Iona? Sorry, not Lona. Sorry. Iona. Sorry for the early mispronunciation. I feel like that was a while ago, but I do apologise all the same. Tricenus? Get simpler names to pronounce, people. Come on. Hey, Emperor. I wonder where the citizens of Stomaria staying, because, like, we can't really see any buildings, tents in the intro videos. I really wonder where the citizens stay. So this is where the sort of misconception is. People assume, wrongly, that everyone that becomes a citizen of Stomaria lives on Stomarian territory, and that's just not the case. Stomarian citizens, by and large, do not live on Stomarian territory. It does not come with an automatic right to residency. We do have people stay on the land intermittently, so there will be people that come and work on the land and stay on the land for a few nights. There'll be people that stay longer term, depending on what kind of seasonal work is going on. But in terms of a permanent residency, that's just not a thing at the time, because the land that we have just cannot facilitate, legally or otherwise, people staying on the land. So the simple answer is that Stomarian citizens live wherever they lived before they became Stomarian citizens. Now, the long-term aspiration is to acquire land which is suitable for building development, for property development, so we can have a select number of citizens stay and work on the land. But this is far into the future. This is where, you know, we're talking about millions of pounds of capital has been invested into Stomaria over the years, where we can actually justify the acquisition and the utilization of lands for building, for construction, and all the rest. But in terms of the here and now, the lands that we acquire are used for forestry, are used for agriculture, are used for energy production, are used for water purification, are used for community events and gatherings, but they're not used for residency. So hopefully that makes that clear. Iona says, yeah, but you don't want a pine monoculture in the woodland. It's bad for biodiversity and therefore bad for your nation's future. I don't disagree, but the problem that we have with the land is that it has a TPO on it, which for those outside of the UK would mean, or maybe it's relevant elsewhere, I don't know, but it's a tree protection order. So we need to be able to justify the removal of every single tree. If it is a tree which is healthy, if it's standing there, it's not causing any quote unquote issue to the surroundings, and biodiversity is not going to be one of those criteria, then we can't physically touch it. If we were, it would be like a £20,000 fine for every tree we cut down. And that's why the trees are as they are. That's why we haven't felled any trees as yet. Because we cannot justify taking them down. Now, there are some which are perhaps more dangerous than others, but the issue with that is that it's a lot more complicated to take down some of the more dangerous trees. So even though that we could potentially apply to take a few of these trees down, the reality is the vast majority of them, almost all by like one or maybe two, will just have to stay up, and so we just have to work around them. That's the issue that we have at Southwood. So yeah, that's why we, and one of the reasons that we don't want to plant more trees is that as soon as you plant a tree there, that instantly becomes a protected tree. So we wouldn't even necessarily be able to pick it up and remove it at a later date if we wanted to for whatever reason. So we would just have to be very conscious of the fact that the land that we're on is under a TPO, and we have to respect that accordingly. Mike says, does Stomaria have a cannabis policy? No, I mean, we don't have a policy on cannabis. We don't have a policy on alcohol or, you know, sugar or anything like that. Again, it sort of goes beyond our remit as to what we are doing here. And I don't like to delve into subjects and conversations which just have nothing to do with Stomaria or no real relevance to Stomaria. So no, we don't have anything like that. Iona said it's Southwood, not South Rhubarb. Yes, I know. It is a woodland. It's a woodland that we named Southwood because it is in the south and it is a woodland. So I'm well aware. I'm looking for my who's this? New England says, I'm looking for my Micronation allies with your Micronation right now. Okie dokie. Who's this? Kentity? I'm going to call you 5272. 5272. Opinion on UK censorship and child safety laws. Again, not my circus, not my monkeys. As a general principle, censorship from the UK government is not something that I would applaud in any shape or form. But again, not the topic that I'm here to discuss. I'm here to talk about Stomaria itself. I have to talk about its values and aspirations. If it has something to do with the nation building experience and what we're looking to accomplish. But I don't get involved in national, local, global, international, whatever affairs that have nothing to do with us. Eggman says, do you think Jeff Bezos is a role model? Again, I mean, I suppose in the sense that he's a wealthy individual, but I mean, I don't really know the intimate details of Jeff Bezos, so I don't personally consider him to be an idol or a role model, but I'm sure other people will. 5272, will Stomaria be a safe haven for free internet use? Again, we use the same internet as well, depends on where you are in the world, I suppose. I use the same internet as everyone else in the UK. We don't have our own internet providers. We don't have our own laws or regulations regarding the internet. So if you do something that is against the laws and rules and regulations of the UK government, regardless of whether or not you're a part of Stomaria, you will still face the consequences of those actions. And this is what I try to reiterate time and time again. This is why so many people fail the application process when they apply to become citizens of Stomaria. Because people seem to think that if they become a Stomarian citizen, then the laws of the land no longer apply to them, and that's just not the case. Mike says, did you have a nice childhood? I had a wonderful childhood, thank you. Mike says, and how is Stomaria utilizing? I'm guessing that's a use. How and how is Stomaria utilizing technology other than YouTube? I assume that's supposed to say utilizing. I mean, I suppose it depends on what you mean. I mean, social media is obviously something that we utilize quite heavily. We have our own website, which we have utilized as well to make our values and aspirations and all the rest known. So it's a hub of information about Stomaria, what it's looking to do, what it stands for, and all that jazz. So from that perspective, we utilize technology in that sense. But I suppose technology is a very broad term. If you're talking about internet technology, I suppose not much more than what we've already discussed already in terms of, I don't know, technology in terms of like tools or equipment or something, then that's probably a different kettle of fish. But yeah, it's a bit of a broad question. Someone says, good evening from Japan, and I say someone because I have no idea what that username says because it appears to be in Japanese. 233 says, I also became a citizen of Stomaria some weeks ago, and I've also seen the region of Portugal was relatively close to me. You, sorry, well, we've had a few recently, so forgive me if I'm not going to use your name in the public space. I'm going to check myself there. But I presume you're the citizen that joined that is located in Spain. I'm going to guess that's the case. But if that is the case, then I do believe that you are relatively close, because I think Portugal is in South Portugal. So, and I think you are relatively close by. I think you are right. We are called the Amagakur Byzantine. Is that supposed to be like Byzantine or Byzantine, as in the Byzantine Empire, as in like Eastern Roman Empire? Or the Federation of Ustukui People's Republics. I think you people are just trying to make me look stupid. You don't have to try that hard. So, right. Well, welcome to the live stream all the same. Do you have any advice on whether pragmatism in nation building should lean to strict restrictions on new entrants? I mean, I would say yes. Personally, I think opening the floodgates to anyone and everyone that just wants to become a citizen is a recipe for disaster in the long term. Certainly, it's nice to say you have 50, 100, 500, 1,000 followers or citizens or whatever the case may be. But the reality is, if you don't know who these people are, if you don't know what they stand for, if they've not contributed at all to the development or the expansion of your nation, either prior to or after joining your nation, then what exactly is the purpose of having them involved in the first place, aside from potentially dragging you down through association? If they are particularly nefarious individuals, you don't know them, you don't know what their motivations are, what their genuine motivations are, then I think having some kind of gatekeeper, some kind of restrictions in place to make sure that the people that are involved in a formal capacity within the community, the nation, the project that you are building, I think that is important. And not having any safeguards at all, I think, is just a recipe for disaster in the long term. So I would definitely recommend having some kind of restriction. It could be because you sign up citizens through Patreon, they could fill in an application form, or something to that effect. But I think some kind of restrictions would be justified, yes. 2137 says, any opinion on the Micronation Ironland? Yeah, we posted a video about Ironland probably a few months ago now. I can't actually remember what the entire context of that video was, but it'll be the same as whatever my opinion is now, which is it's obviously an extraordinarily well-known micronation. owing to the fact that the founder of that micronation was already a very well-established YouTuber called Magnify, I believe his name is, or the channel's name is. But aside from that, it just kind of ticks the same boxes as every other generic micronation that comes by. It has had some successes that go above and beyond what most micronations do, but it's still a typical micronation that attends MicroCon, that claims a nonsensical little plot of territory around an iron statue, and doesn't really advance the interests of Stomaria, or is of interest to Stomaria because of that. If they're not building a nation, if they're not looking to do something genuine and generational, and they're looking to establish something meaningful in the way that we are, or we aspire to do, then there's just real no association or affiliation being desired from our perspective, because I could point to any number of organizations or entities that are looking to do something that have absolutely nothing to do with what we're doing and go, well, they're popular, so let's associate or affiliate with them. But it would just be pointless in doing so. I don't if I contact, I'm trying to think off the top of my head now, something that would be even remotely relevant. I don't know, like a relatively popular cricket club in my local area, if I sort of started to align with them in some way, is that going to advance the interests of Stomaria? Because as far as I'm concerned, I look at the Micronational community in a broad sense much the same. If they're not looking to build a modern nation in the modern world, then what is there to align with? I mean, I don't begrudge them at all. If they want to do whatever they're going to do, have at it. Ironland included. If they want to, attend MicroCon, hand out their medals or receive their medals and get their awards and claim bits of territory they have no actual control or authority over, go for it. But it's just of no interest to me. Mike says, I like your turtleneck. Thank you. Yeah, turtlenecks are definitely something that I have worn for a very long time. It's definitely, if I'm not wearing a suit or occasionally a jumper, it's normally a turtleneck, regardless of the season. No, it's normally sort of autumn, winter months I get away with it more. But if I could, I mean, I suppose I wear polo shirts more in the sort of spring and summer months, and then sort of transition to turtlenecks in the kind of autumn and winter months. If I'm not wearing a suit. The only reason I'm not wearing my usual suit today, which I typically wear in all of our long form videos, is because I knew this was going to be a very long live, and I just wanted to be comfortable. So I didn't want to be sweating buckets in my suit, or feeling agitated or uncomfortable in it. So I just wanted to wear something comfortable. So I'm just wearing some black jeans, black polo, black turtleneck, and yeah, here we are. But I'm glad you like it. New England says, my own micronation is in South Australia now. Okay, fantastic. 5272, does Stomaria use the standard salute? I mean, to be honest, I've never really given it any thought, because we've never had a situation where saluting has been required. But I suppose to differentiate ourselves from the surrounding established British society or the UK society, I suppose we would use what you might call a standard salute rather than the British salute. So something a bit more internationally recognised is probably what you would use, if I had to guess. As I say, it's not really something that's ever come up in conversation. It's not been on the priority list, let's put it that way. Eggman says, wait, I thought your address was on the website. No, not as far as I'm aware, unless you know differently. Fade528 says, does Stomaria have any interest in lightweight or medium heavy industrial development? We focus on 3D printing, on CNC milling, steel and / aluminium, or aluminum for the Americans out there. But to be honest, making trinkets is getting monotone. I mean, it depends on the context. I mean, I can definitely float the idea to other member states of the Empire, but again, it really depends on where you're located. That will be the defining factor on whether or not we can engage in anything meaningful. So I would apply for an alliance application via email. I would outline where you are specifically, give us an idea of that at least, and then we can potentially go from there. Because we do have, obviously, citizens and member states in other parts of the world. The Republic of Westarctica is in the United States, as is most of our external allies. But also we have an ally in southern France, we have territory in Portugal, and so on and so forth. So it depends where you are in the world, and we can potentially discuss something there. Rustball123 says, how can my micronation grow? It's primarily a school nation, and there isn't that much people in class, interest in politics, government, and other things. So, well, I'm going to take an educated guess and say that you are either an adolescent or a preteen. So my advice to you would be quite limited, because I tend to focus on nation building projects which are governed or established by a slightly older generation. But what I would say, as someone that did have that kind of interest growing up, if anyone knows about the founding history of Stomaria, I wouldn't worry so much about getting people involved that don't automatically have an interest. If you have to convince people about what you're doing, if you have to convince people that what you are doing is interesting, then it's not likely going to yield the results that you want. I would advise you focus rather on just doing things that interest you. So if you're interested in things like, I don't know, establishing a government and an economy and a monetary system, then you can work towards that end. You don't need to get other people involved necessarily. Even when I founded Stomaria in 2019, when it was just myself and my wife for the first year of our existence, which was a deliberate choice on our side, but we focused on getting everything lined up. We just, decided on the values, the aspirations, the structure, the government, how we were going to go about things in a more serious and significant way once we did take off. And so if you want to, for instance, go down the route of doing your own research into what kind of government structures or government systems that you're going to work under, if you want to establish an agrarian economy, I mean, I suspect you're as I say, you're probably younger, so you probably think more along the lines of getting some, potted plants or something like that, and try your hand with that, get a green thumb going. Or if you want to consider monetary systems, obviously, probably acquiring things like gold and silver bullion and the like are probably going to be a bit out of your reach. Potentially, I'm assuming anyway. But if you're looking to do a commodity money of some kind, maybe you could go down the route of scrap metals, refining your own aluminium or something to that effect, something far cheaper, or copper or something to that effect. Not necessarily to buy it specifically, but I know people have experimented with like smelting and creating their own bars and coins through the use of aluminium and copper and things like that. Even the Republic of Vesta melted down various copper bars, stamped them and sent them our way in exchange for some silver Stomarian status, which was one of the trade engagements that we had, and we still have those now, as an example. But the long and the short of it is, I think I would focus less on what other people think of what you're doing, and focus less on trying to convince people to get involved, and focus more on building something yourself, and those that are interested will come if they are actually interested. Right, where are we? Emperor Andrew, is it possible for my Micronation and Stomaria to officially discuss friendship? I would be happy to consider discussions if there is an application form. We don't have an official application form, but you can apply via email. I would first recommend going to our website, going onto our Foreign Affairs page, and there you will find the kind of criteria that we look for. So we just need a better idea of what you're about, really. But if you go onto our Foreign Affairs page on our website, it'll detail it in a bit more. There'll be a bit more meat there to bite into, so you can apply for an alliance with a bit more confidence. So let's have a look here. Message retracted. I'm not sure what that means. I don't know if that's been automatically retracted by YouTube or if that's been retracted by the person that posted it, but I can't see it, so I presume no one else can. Right. Fade528 says, same for us. I would like to call you, if possible, Discord, not mobile. Same for us. I would like to call you, if possible, Discord, not mobile. Not sure what that is. I assume you're referring to me, but yeah, that's absolutely fine. As I say, drop us an email, drop us a message, wherever. It doesn't really matter, and then we can potentially discuss something. Not right at the moment. Obviously, I'm a little bit busy, but maybe at some point later today or potentially in the next day or two. To be honest, I'm not confident in calling us a micronation because our goal is to secure territory by separating from Japan and the Philippines. So I would always be very hesitant to go down the route of quote-unquote separatism, because even though that what we are trying to do is attain a de facto independence and we are trying to secure our future as a nation, as a people with our own culture and community, separatism, depending on where you are in the world, could come with ramifications that may be detrimental to your interests, which is just a fancy way of saying the government, depending on which government you reside under, may crack down on you. In the UK, where I reside, less of an issue. In the US, again, probably less of an issue. We have separatist movements for Cornwall, for England, for Scotland, for Wales, for Yorkshire, or whatever else. They're either advocating for separatism or greater levels of devolution or whatever else. So I suspect little old Stomaria in the back corner over here probably isn't much of an interest to them. But I am aware that there are people in other parts of the world that live under different governments and different regimes, which may take a different approach and have a different view of it. So I would be careful, is all I would say. But yeah, ditching the term micronation, I don't think there's any harm regardless. Then we got to our super chat, so which we discussed earlier. So Guardian1326, thank you again for that. I do appreciate it. Oh Christ! Right, falling well behind here. I'm gonna have to speed this up. Right. Stomaria has Mika the Vamp says Stomaria has the coolest anthem. I very much approve. Thank you very much. It does indeed. I hope to become an Imperial Guard in the future. That's good. First, you need to become a citizen, be of a certain age, which you do have to be a certain. You have to be 18 to become a citizen of Stomaria. So if you are, you can apply. If not, you can hold fire. And depending where you are in the world, you may or may not become eligible to become an Imperial Guard, because the Imperial Guard is primarily just a stewarding body for public and social events or ceremonial activities, which will be local to Stomaria proper, that being anywhere where I am, basically. So if you're not residing in the UK or you're not able to attend events and gatherings, it's not likely going to be something that's going to be possible in the immediate future. Seriously, they are trying to legally build a nation like China. I'm not sure what that's referring to. Mika says, is it possible to manage an Asian micronation if one joins as a member state? Yeah, well, I'm not sure what that means. If it's an Asian micronation and it joins as a member state, I assume this is directed at me. So, is it possible to manage an Asian micronation if one joins as a member state? Well, the Asian micronation, or the Asian nation, would join as a member state. So, it would still be managed by the people involved, obviously, in the same way that the Kingdom of Wayward is still governed by King Daniel of Wayward, or the Republic of Vesta is still governed by Consul David of Vesta. So I'm confused by the question, but yes, I suppose is the short answer. Stomaria is well known among Japan's unrecognized nation communities, which might be called Micronations. We do get approached sometimes by Asian Micronations. A lot of them tend to be governed by minors from our own experience. Not always the case, but I do know that we have a footprint in the sense that people are aware of us in that neck of the woods, but it's not really a region that we've ever broken into in any real way. If nothing else, because just the time difference alone makes it quite difficult to maintain any kind of long-term contact. It's quite difficult as it is trying to organise member states and governors and all the rest of it for imperial court meetings. Just in the kind of Western world, it's quite challenging, given the different time zones. With people in Asian countries or in that neck of the woods, even more so complicated. Mika the Vamp says, I love everything about Japan, especially the culture and natural beauty. We are also unrecognized nations and do not condone the confusion between micronations and virtual-based organizations. Okay. Stanland Gov, how is your Valentine's Day going? As well as every other Valentine's Day in the past. We've never done Valentine's Day in our household, either when I was growing up or even when I got into a relationship with my girlfriend, then fiance, now wife. We've never really done Valentine's Day. It's just another day of the week, by and large. But even if we did celebrate Valentine's Day, the family is currently in Disneyland Paris, or will be there shortly, I suspect. So I'm sure they're having a lovely time, and I am also having a lovely time with all of you fine people. Sorry, just jumped around for a minute there. If necessary, the government is seriously considering exchanging letters with Stomaria. Would it be okay if sent a letter data to Gmail in English? I mean, you can send us an email if you like. We have our email address on our website. Just hop on there and you can send us whatever you like. Mike the Vamp says, will there be new flags to come for Stomaria? New ISO cells? Triangle for each member state? No. No. We don't do flag changes here. Basically like how the US has a new star for each new member state. No. New state. No. No. We do not change flags here. Our flag has been the same since it was founded, and it will always be the same. I would like to make an evolution of Stomaria's flag in the future. I mean, you can make one, but we'll never use it. I'm sorry to say. 323 Real says, hello Stomaria, this is President Lemonasia from Federacy Valkyrie. Come on, people. These names. Simple. I need simple names. Hello there. Hello. We are a real nation originally built by Naruto fans in the Philippines and Japan. I'm not sure what Naruto is, but I'm glad to hear that things are going well in your region. Micro Research V21. What do you think about the statement of the Stanlandic Empire about Stomaria? Oh, you're that weirdo that kept messaging us via email. Yeah, same response as before. I have no interest whatsoever. Micah the Vamp says, I made a picture of the future occupied land that I think Stomaria could reach by 2100 or 2100. Well, that's nice. If you share it to us by email, we'll have a look at it. Eggman says, have you considered invested in a bus service across Stomaria? Buses are a good way of moving people. I mean, we just don't really need a bus service in the sense that we don't host enough gatherings and events over the course of a year to justify a bus service of that nature. I mean, it might be an idea for like major events to rally the troops, if you like, and get them to a single location. But often traveling is just half the battle. It's actually trying to accommodate people, which can be quite challenging because some people, don't want to rough it in the woods. Because when we have the Imperial Summit, for instance, which will be happening in June, it's actually one of my talking points, which I've not gotten to yet because I haven't stopped replying to comments yet. But when we have the Imperial Summit in June, people will have the option to stay in their vehicles, like a van or whatever else, or their car if they want to, or they can camp on the land. or they can stay in local hotels or B&Bs and all the rest of it. So getting people to the land is one thing, but if people don't want to spend the money on local accommodation for a night or two, and people don't want to sleep in a tent or in their vehicle or anything, there's not much we can do about it. Just getting them there won't be enough. So, I mean, it's an option, but it's generally easier to allow people to come at their own pace and in their own way, and then those that will come, and those that don't, won't. Mike, do you have any other hobbies? I mean, it depends. I mean, I suppose something that I've always been is a little bit of a prolific gamer. So I've always been interested in, and it was one of the reasons why I founded Stomaria in the first place, for those that know our history. But I've always enjoyed playing games, be it RTS games or first-person games. Even last night, I was when I had ushered Samantha and Eleanor away to, so they were going to spend the night at their at Auntie M's before they went over to Disneyland Paris today. So they slept there last night. So I had the evening to myself yesterday, and so I just hopped online to my my little Xbox here, and I went online and started playing some games with my younger brother. That's something we do on occasion. So yeah, I enjoy gaming, but I'm always conscious of the fact that it wasn't an issue when I was younger, but now that I'm older, every time I sit down and I start playing a game and everything, I enjoy myself for about 10 minutes, and then the voices creep in. You're wasting your time. This isn't very productive. Shouldn't you be doing this very important thing over here? And then it kind of just sidetracks me and ruins the whole experience. So what I normally have to do before I do anything like that is I have to do something extremely productive during the day. So, as an example, yesterday I actually took the day off work because I wanted to spend a bit of time with Samantha because she wasn't working either. And while Eleanor was at school, we had a bit of time for each other before she went away. So once we had spent some time together, I decided, you know what, I'm going to clean the entire our entire home from start to finish, and that's effectively what we ended up doing. Is we made sure that the home that we have is pristine and and tidy before I managed to hop on and actually enjoy myself. Sorry, I've just been distracted quickly because it's saying that my phone has low battery, and I'm not quite sure why, because it should be fully charged. So you'll have to forgive me for just one moment while I just figure this out. See, it should be. That would be unfortunate though, if the live stream was to end only because of a battery failure. Right, so what are we going to do here? Right, tell you what, I'm going to go, it's currently hooked up to my laptop and I don't know why that isn't sufficient, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to go get a power pack quickly. So we're going to take a break in the proceedings. I might even take the opportunity to have a bathroom break and then we'll get back to it. So hold fire and I will return in 2 minutes. Alright. hoping that will resolve the issue. We shall see. Right. Where are we? Hobbies. Yeah, discuss hobbies. Aegon says, Mike, if you don't have anything good to ask, then don't ask. Mike says, stop messaging me. Aegon, all right, just going to, yeah, you have a conversation, that's fine. Can we have an annual John Pork Memorial Day? Don't know who that is, so no. In the Japan Nations community, commonly known as GMU, a foreign policy trend known as Stomaria or the Andrews Plan is one that recognizes only Japan unique reality and excludes everything else. Very good. Does Stomaria work with micronationalists under the age of 18? Not in a formal capacity, no. Mike the Vamp says, no, that's right. You have to be 18 or older in order to become a member. That is correct. You have to be 18 or older to either become a citizen of Stomaria or to be the leader or founder or whatever else of the nation, the community that is looking to become a member state or ally of Stomaria. So everyone that's affiliated with Stomaria is over the age of 18 or 18 and over. Our nation was founded in 1991 and was founded as a federation in 2020. Very good. The emperor was born in 1991, the year the Soviet Union collapsed. His uncle, the emperor, inherited the Hammer Workers' Party in 2013. I feel like this is some lore that I'm not fully well versed in. Will you recognize Pakistan? I don't discuss national or international issues, as we've discussed before in this live stream. Sorry, I'm just going to rattle through a lot of these because I'm just trying to get through to the end so I can discuss something else quickly. Is that an appropriate question? I'm not sure what that's in reference to, but could be. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day to you too. Favorite supermarket, and do you get shopping delivered or drive from the shops? I'm going to skip over these questions. Does the Empire have a minimum wage law, and how high is it if there is one? No, we do not, because that's just, again, this is something that people seem to get confused about. The laws of Stomaria are not different from the laws of the United Kingdom in the sense that we do not have separate jurisdiction, we do not have separate legislation, and the rules and requirements that we have relating to Stomaria are fully in line with UK law. We do not attempt to differentiate on that front. What we are doing is promoting different values, and we have aspirations to use those values in order to attain greater levels of self-sufficiency and self-determination so as to attain a de facto independence. But the rules are the rules, and whatever the minimum wage is, that is what it is. Why flag is a blue star? Well, the Star of Stomaria is inspired by the ancient Sumerian star, which we discussed earlier in this video, the Star of Ishtar. which is the cradle of human civilization, Sumeria that is, and that is why we have utilized that star as a way of re-emphasizing our own position as a new nation in the modern world. And that's why we have used the star. As the reason it's blue is that we wanted a color that reflected strength, and a darker blue was decided upon as the most appropriate color for that. Sab says, salutations, hello from international buddy in Malaysia to greet the greatest Empire of Stomaria. Also, I respect. Thank you very much. Islandia, hello. Happy Valentine's Day. What is the current subject? I'm trying to rattle through the subjects. I have spent a lot of time discussing various things earlier, but you can probably go back and watch that if you really, really want to. But at the moment, I'm trying to rattle through some of these questions, some of which are appropriate, some of them are not, just so I can get to some of the things I wanted to quickly discuss. I am conscious of the fact that my phone, however, may die at any point now, so I just want to make sure that we get as much covered as we can. Mike says, I don't think you look stupid. Thank you very much. Appreciated. Mike says, really enjoying the stream. I'm glad to hear it. Seb says, trying to make the flag for my country. Very good. We do have a video on the How to Start a Nation series, which you might find helpful with that if you haven't already, which is, I think it's called How to Start a Nation Flag. So, yeah, have a look at that if you haven't already. It might give you some inspiration. 233 says, yes, I'm the person from Spain. I thought you were. I'm glad and happy being accepted, and sorry for the confusion because I messed up a little with the citizenship application. That's okay. I mean, I promise you we get far, far, far worse. And not everyone does get through the citizenship application process. Yours was just a minor hiccup in the great scheme of things, so I would not worry about that. Real Cracky says, how would you recommend I go about starting a nation building project? Well, I mean, there are many ways you can go about starting a nation building project. If you want, you can follow our content. Again, I would recommend the How to Start a Nation series. It's a little bit dated now, and it is something that I'm actually working on doing like a single long form video about how to go about starting a nation, but it's proven a little bit more challenging than I wanted it to because I'm having to try to keep the topics condensed to a certain time limit, so I'm having to cut out quite a lot of content. So that's something I'm actively working on, writing the script for at least anyway. So that will probably be released at some point this year. But in the meantime, the How to Start a Nation series is probably a good starting point. Seb says, I'm going to go now. Goodbye, fellow citizens from the Empire of Stomaria. Goodbye, Seb. Thank you for joining us today. Normal Human Being says, hello, Mr. President. Not a president, but hello. Legit Nation says, I think nowadays Micronations have moulded into nothing but nonsense and there are only a few select legit ones left. I don't disagree. There are a few gems out there, but the vast majority of Micronations, by and large, are a waste of time. You only have to go onto any Micronational group, server, forum, subreddit, or whatever else, and you'll quickly see that the majority of those that are participating in them, they're not there. They have no genuine interest in actually building something meaningful, genuine, or generational. They're just there for the lols, they're there for satire, to promote a single issue campaign, or whatever else. The vast majority, I would say with some confidence, are just miners that are bored and are trying to kill some time by creating a fictional, fanciful micronation because it'll be fun to do so, which is fine if that's what they want to do, but it's obviously just got nothing to do with the nation building experience, from our own perspective anyway. So to each their own and all that jazz, but we are interested in far more interesting. Sorry, just I received a photo by email. Received a photo. I don't think I can actually share it in the stream, which is a shame. But yeah, someone sent some artwork for us, so it's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Oh, I think I missed someone. Whopper928, is this a real country? Yes and no. So we are not recognised by anyone. We are not considered legitimate or separate or independent in any shape or form. But we are establishing a nation, a culture, identity, and we are looking to attain a de facto independence by promoting greater levels of self-reliance and self-determination through legal and legitimate means. And by doing so, we are trying to grow our own food, supply our own water, generate our own energy, utilize our own money, and establish that sense of community and identity that's going to be necessary in order to forge closer ties with each other in order to build something far more meaningful in the years ahead. If I am missing anyone, do let me know, but I think I'm on top of it. It should be live chat. Don't know if it still is. I presume it still is. Yes. What's this? XP. Sorry, I just noticed some... I noticed some options on the top there. It says I've got 0 XP. I don't know what that is. Does anyone else know what that is? 0 XP. When I select it, it says... Oh, maybe it's like me commenting or something like that. Maybe that's why I'm 0. Because I've got, like, when I select it, I can see some people have got like 200, 175, 275. Okay. So I guess you get XP for commenting. That's what I'm guessing has happened. Right. Sorry, just getting some notifications there. This is why I shouldn't stray, because I keep losing my place. Right. Simmet says, greetings, this is the president of Islandia. Usually my Secretary of State talks to you, but I'm glad to talk to you by myself. Welcome, pleased that you're here. In my opinion, legit nation, in my opinion, there should be no more nation... In my opinion, there should be no more nations based in people's bedrooms, as it's just silly and should have some sort of link with the land. I mean, in principle, I don't disagree. I've always considered private freehold land to be important when building a nation, something that you have some genuine control, authority, and ownership over that you can actually utilize to advance your objectives and your values, to establish your industries, to host the community events, or whatever else. But at the end of the day, if someone wants to claim their bedroom or their house as their own nation, have at it. From our perspective, it's just a case of who do we want to align with, and those sorts of people just aren't. What is one thing that people don't know about Stomaria? I mean, I honestly wouldn't know, because, I mean, we're quite open book in terms of what Stomaria is, what it stands for, where it's come from, what it's inspired by, what its history has been. One thing that people don't know about Stomaria. I might have to come back to you on that one, because I honestly I couldn't even hazard a guess as to what that could be. I don't think there's anything that we haven't discussed at length or made entire videos or series about regarding the Stomaria from start to finish. Yeah, sorry, I might have to give that one a miss. Very good question, but I'm afraid I just don't have a very good answer for it. Someone's going nuts with the hearts at the moment. I assume that's a good thing. Does that actually, if you put, sorry, because this is all new to me, so if I press the heart once, can I press it? Am I allowed to press it? I'm not allowed to press it. Or am I? Or is this me pressing it every time? Oh, I see. You see, this is me being a novice, you see. I didn't realise that you could just click it and it would just show up with lots of hearts and smiley faces or whatever. Yeah, interesting. Looks like lots of people are chiming in now. Thank you guys, very much appreciated. I don't know what it does, you see. So this is the thing with technology and me doing YouTube lives or whatever else. This is not a natural forte for me, so no, it's interesting. I've just noticed it in the corner of the screen just going a bit wild, so Fantastic. Right, we'll carry on. Where are we? Legit Nation says, I just finished fighting in a revolutionary war, not a singular battle for my friend's independence in an area that's under gang ownership. We all had to come and the original battle, where the original battle area had been. It was much more violent than I expected, and we all had spent a good amount of money. Alright, well, I neither encourage, condone, or anything of the sort, any kind of violent activity of that sort, so whatever you're doing, I'm sure it is not worth it if it is indeed something that you are genuinely engaged in. So I would not pursue what you are engaging in at the moment. Real Cracky says, I've got a few sovereigns because they can't be taxed unlike bars. I might use those as a monetary system. Yeah, well, funnily enough, when Stomaria was founded during its earlier days, and you can go back and look at some of our earlier content, I think it would probably only be on our Facebook page, because that's where we were for the first year or so of our existence before we branched out to other social media. But on our Facebook page, if you scroll back far enough, you will see gold sovereigns and gold and silver Britannias being utilised by us. We would accumulate them and intended to use those as a medium of exchange for that exact reason. Because it's considered legal tender in the UK, it's free from capital gains tax and not inheritance tax. There was another tax. For gold, it's exclusion from VAT. That was it. Yeah, exactly. It's free from capital gains tax. So we did utilize those initially, but we decided that we had this itch to utilize our own money, to have something that was Stomarian rather than something that was British. So that's why we ended up going down the route of having Stomarian state of coins minted, and then moved on to the more cost-effective state of bars that we use today. But yeah, silver sovereigns are a very good idea. Aslandia says, we have thought about copper bars used as a currency in Aslandia. I would say copper is definitely a good way to go about it in some sense, but you've also got to take into consideration the actual cost of acquiring the copper itself. So if you are buying a copper bar from just a generic company with the intention of using it as a medium of exchange, that's fine, as long as you appreciate the fact that the purchase price of that copper bar will far exceed the actual value of the metal itself. And the same is the case when you buy silver or gold or anything like that. But the difference is, I suppose, that gold and silver, as more recent times would suggest, can shoot up in value a lot more dramatically, and are generally better as a medium of exchange because of the value of the coin relative to the size of the coin. So if you have a 5-gram copper bar, that's worth next to nothing. Whereas if you have a 5-gram silver bar, these days it's probably worth whatever it is, like 10 quid or more. Whereas a 5-gram gold coin, that's vastly more expensive, into the hundreds of pounds. So it's something to consider, certainly. I definitely think commodity money is a better way to have a medium of exchange than bits of paper that you printed off at home. Certainly I wouldn't accept anything that someone printed off at home and said it was a medium of exchange. Here's a bits of paper that I printed off, and can I now have your goods? That's just not going to happen from my perspective. But commodity money is better. Just make sure that the commodity you choose is going to be sustainable for you, is what I would say. Legit Nation says the area is very resource dense, considering most other of our land are islands. I'm not really following what that comment is supposed to mean, but okay. Mika the Vamp says, I'm back. Has he answered my questions yet? By this point, probably. You probably have to scroll back to actually find them, but yes. Guardian 1326, in terms of currency, I was looking at something like the carat bar, literally gold, silver and copper backed form of paper currency. And copper backed form of paper currency. Yeah, a commodity backed currency is better than a fiat currency, but a commodity money is better than a commodity backed currency. That's my kind of tier of, well, I kind of have like a tier system when it comes to monetary systems. I much prefer a commodity money as a first and foremost as the best kind of money, which is why we use commodity money. It's why we use literal pure silver in all of our exchanges. A commodity-backed currency is where there's a commodity, but there's also a currency, little bits of paper. And theoretically, that bits of paper is backed up by the commodity. So if someone acquires enough of that paper, they can then go, oh, I'll have some of that commodity. The issue with that is that there is a real trust issue there. So especially within the nation building experience or micronationalism, that you do have to trust that the person is saying, oh, take all of this paper currency because eventually you'll be able to get some of this actual commodity. But in the meantime, still give us our goods for this paper. And there's a real, a real precarious balancing act, a real trust deficit there when it comes to that sort of thing. Because in my mind, if you've got a commodity-backed currency, why not just have the commodity? I would rather have the commodity, which is why we do. So, yeah, commodity-backed currency, better than straight-up fiat currency, but you've really got to have trust in that's going to get delivered. That's all I would say. Legit Nation says, we have been restoring land. That's good. Austin says, hello, King. Hello. Mika the Vamp says, I think he is going to see mine soon. I don't know when, see, these comments aren't timestamped, so I don't know when these comments were made, but I'm sure I've already gotten well past that point now. I don't have my Micronation website. Okay, that's fine. Legit Nation says, my nation, Damkartia, is suffering in a phase of the state separating from me. What should I do? Let them separate. I mean, I've always had the same philosophy. If people don't want to be associated or affiliated with you, let them go. There's no point in hanging on to people or groups or whatever else that have no interest in affiliation with you. So just part ways, simple as. Austin says, is your goal to achieve global domination? I mean, not initially. Maybe later on in life. No, we're about voluntary association, voluntary affiliation. Those that want to become Stomarians become Stomarians. Those that don't have to. So global domination really isn't that high on the priority list when it comes to our overall agenda. And even if it was, I'm far too kind and benevolent to force people into positions that they don't want to be in. So I wouldn't make a very good global tyrant. Let's put it that way. New England says, my own micronation in South Australia. Okay, that's fine. Legit Nation says, unlike most nations, our land is legally unclaimed by private equity. Okay. Legally unclaimed by private equity. Well, presumably that means, well, I wouldn't pretend to know, but if it's like a public space, then it's not going to be something that's going to be heavily utilised by your good selves, to the exclusion of everyone else, I don't think. Mika the Vamp says, I think he skipped my best question. I'm in the West Midlands. Okay. I don't know what that question was, so let me know. Austin says, where is he reading the questions from? The live chat. Mika the Vamp says, like 500 threats up. There's no way I'll find it. If you have a question, ask another question. But if I'm trying to rattle through these as much as I can, but they keep on coming. So I'm doing my best. Austin says, keep up, King, what you're doing. I'm reading questions and answers and conversations, which seems to have sort of teetered off a little bit from genuine questions into generic conversations, which is fine. You have the conversations in the chat. That's all right. But I won't be able to keep up with all of them. So I'll be trying to pick out the questions in amongst it. Right, gonna skip that. Are you locked in? No, I am not. Taping Studio says, any tips for making a nation? Again, had a similar question earlier. Our entire YouTube account would be a good source of information, I would say. In particular, the How to Start a Nation series, which is a playlist that we have on our channel. Go and have a look at that if you haven't already, because I think you'll find that to be of some use. Republic of Galvonia, hello there, good morning. We are late to the party, but happy to be here. Thank you very much. So, for those that don't know, the Republic of Galvonia The Republic of Galvonia is an external ally of Stomaria. They're actually the first entity that we allied with back in 2025, with the previous alliance that we established with another entity being back in 2020. It was 2020, I think. Maybe it was 2020. No, 2022 with Lithua. So it was a solid 3 years of a hiatus in terms of formal affiliations with other nations and other communities. And Galvonia broke that trend when they became an ally last year. And since then, we've gone on to have alliances with New Esperance, with Nyx, and more recently with Asgardia. So we're gradually increasing the number of those that are affiliated with Stomaria and the Empire. Not because we're lowering our standards necessarily, but because we are identifying much more clearly those that are going to be complementary to what we are building. And it is gratifying to know that some of these entities, I believe I'm right in saying Galvonia itself, have cited Stomaria as a source of inspiration, not necessarily for the foundation of the nation itself, but just in the way it goes about itself has helped to inspire them along their journey, which is great to hear. Because that, as much as anything, it's always nice to hear that Stomaria and the work that I do isn't just advancing the interests of Stomaria and Stomarians and the Empire and all the rest of it, but there are also people out there that take inspiration from Stomaria and what we do, which is always gratifying to know. Taken Studio says, I'm one of the 13 bloodlines. I'm one of the 13 bloodlines. Not sure what that means. Austin says, do you stream on any other platforms or is it just YouTube? We used to do, I think we may do 1 or 2 Facebook lives, but I just did not. I didn't have the same experience. I much prefer YouTube lives to anything else. So that's why we do YouTube lives instead of Facebook lives these days. I need to stop saying How did you make your anthem? It sounds properly professional. Well, that's because we had it professionally made. So in terms of the lyrics and the general kind of melody that we wanted, that's something that I did compile. But we had an artist, I forget his name now, but there was an artist that we found on Fiverr. For those who don't know what Fiverr is, it's basically a website where you can get graphic designers or musicians or whatever else, people that do this professionally or certainly have skills beyond my limited capabilities, to actually put together the anthem for us. And we use Fiverr for other things as well. Like a lot of our artwork is done through Fiverr, because I like things to be professional and sleek. And if I can't do it myself, then I'll get others to do it because I won't settle for substandard. So that's, yeah, we had it done professionally through an artist who put it all together, who sang the lyrics, and the result was, well, what you see today. Mike says, you are allowed to relax, enjoy your games. What is your favourite first-person shooter game? Do you like Minecraft? Yeah, I mean, as I say, I'm someone that has to really earn the right to enjoy myself. I mean, it's a very toxic trait. I freely admit it, but it's just the way I'm wired. I really have to justify to myself that I can sit down and relax for an hour or two to actually do something I enjoy rather than something that's going to advance my life goals in some way. So, but I suppose the silver lining to that, if I can sit down and enjoy myself for a little period of time, make myself that much more relaxed and happy, I suppose inadvertently that might make the rest of the day and the rest of the experience that much more enjoyable. So maybe there's something to that. But I'm hardwired to needing to do something productive before I do something which I consider to be unproductive, even if it is enjoyable. So let's put it this way. After this stream, as long as it might be, where are we now? We're nearly 3 hours. We're getting there. But after the live stream, for instance, if my voice hasn't completely faded into oblivion, I might do something indulgent and very selfish, like go for a quiet walk through the park or something like that. Something really out there, something really wild. So we'll see. First-person shooter games. Which ones do I mean, I'm a bit of a Star Wars nerd, so even now I still like Battlefront 2. I do hop online and play that from time to time. I like Call of Duty games, so I don't typically do like the newer ones, and I don't do multiplayer ones. I prefer the campaigns. I just a bit more relaxed for me. I do enjoy the Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine game. That's something I do enjoy. Again, I'm a bit of a Warhammer nerd as well. So Star Wars, Warhammer, Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, that sort of thing. I'm into that. Another one, Battlefield, I suppose, less so. I think it's Which one do I play? I think it's Battlefield 2 is the one I prefer. Metro 2033, that's one I enjoy quite a lot. I play that to death, all through them. The Redux versions, the Last Light and Exodus, and I look forward to the next one when that comes out. But yeah, some maybe slightly niche games. But anyway, going off on a tangent, not necessarily to do with Stomaria itself, but I do enjoy playing first-person shooter games and others. But yeah, it brings out my inner nerd. Sorry, it's jumped across, so lost it. Mika the Vamp says, Xbox, lovely to hear you use the same console I do. Yeah, I mean, I'm an Xbox loyalist. We had a PlayStation when I was much younger. I was probably 9 or 10, if that. Like really old school PlayStation and Xbox. And yeah, the Xbox was quickly faded into obscurity in our household, and we became Xbox loyalists, and I've remained so ever since. Never played no, I've not played anything on the PlayStation for, I don't know, where are we now? 25 years maybe. So yeah, Xbox all the way. Eggman. Oh, did you change your name, or are you someone else? Maybe you're ignore me. Yes, Mika. Very rare. Multiple people would use the same console. That was sarcasm. Okay, fine. Eggman, or should I say, Eggmen? Is that rude? Okay, just conversations. Tell you what, I'm gonna try to skip over generic conversations unless there's a question directed to me. Not because I don't want you to have conversations in the chat. If you want to, go for it. But I do want to just keep on top of things. Iona says you should get a live stream break screensaver for moments like this. I assume that's when I walked off. Yes, probably. I wasn't expecting to have to go get a battery pack. Seems to have solved the problem from what I can see, but we'll see how we go. I think real streams use OBS. Austin says, does he have chat mods? I don't. It's just little old me. It's just little old me. Just a suggestion, my good sir. That's fine. No, I appreciate that. Mika the Vamp says, sent the map via email. Yep, we received that. Thank you. Austin says, annual John Pork Day goated idea. I don't know what John Pork is. I feel like it's something that the kids would know about, but I'm none the wiser. Right, focus on questions. Right. What's the furthest a visitor has travelled to visit Stomaria? I think probably. I mean, it's a bit of a tricky one. So visiting Stomaria in Southwood during the Imperial Summit would probably be Lord Wells, who lives in Northern Ireland. So he actually flies over to get to the Imperial Summit. But I believe we have had in the past, or not me specifically, but Wayward, which is a member state of the Empire, has had citizens travel from much further afield in sort of the highlands of Scotland, from what I recall, down to Wayward. I think maybe during, but potentially before Wayward became a member state of the Empire. So people have travelled far and wide to get to our lands in the past, but not as far as like major international travel or anything like that, as far as I know anyway. Asgardia says hello there. That one British bloke says hi. Is the Emperor a gooner? I don't know what that is. So if someone explains to me what a gooner is, then maybe I can answer that more thoroughly. Oh no. What on earth has happened? I think it must have, like, the live chat seems to have just deleted vast amounts of what I presume to be previous content and thrown me about all over the place. Sorry, I'm just trying to find play. All right, here we go. So yeah, Empire of Stomaria is here. Hello there. Okay, Iona, thank you for your time. Hope to speak more on woodland management in the future. Not at all, Iona. Thank you for coming. Mike the Vamp, Andrea is the most serious person I've seen and heard in ages. Appreciate that. Iona, what would you say if your kid wanted to start their own nation, not be a part of Stomaria or part of the Empire? Now that is an interesting question, because I actually made a video a little while ago about what happens when I pass away, when I die. And the question really is, at what point am I going to die? In terms of how old will Ellen be at that point? Now, if she is old enough where she can make the decision as to whether or not she wants to take on Stomaria, take on those responsibilities and lead, then I'll know in advance what will happen. Now, if she gets to a point where she's old enough to make her own decision, but she decides she wants to create a nation that is separate from the Empire, I'm not really sure what would happen at that point, to be honest. It would be a very interesting development. I mean, there'll be so many variables that I'd have to consider, but at the end of the day, she'd still be my little girl, so I would just have to accommodate that in whatever way I can. And then Stomaria presumably would get passed on to another member of my family. But yeah, it's not something I've ever really thought about. I've thought about different scenarios in which Princess Helena is too young to take on the reins. I've considered the scenario in which Princess Helena is old enough to take over the reins, but does not want to take over the reins. But I've never considered her going off to form her own nation and her own community, which is a very, very interesting question. But yeah, as I say, the long and short of it is, at the end of the day, she's still going to be my daughter, still going to be my little girl. But if she doesn't want to lead Stomaria specifically, then that would just get passed on to someone else. And I would endeavour to support her in whichever way I could in the development of her own nation and community at the same time as developing Stomaria. Maybe it would become a member state of the Empire, or maybe it would just be an external ally. Used to say, it would be very interesting. We'll see. Don't start planting seeds, because that might transpire in the decades ahead. Austin says, update Discord invite link, please. Don't think I need to. We're still getting people join without issue, so I don't know why you might be having problems, unless you or one of your previous accounts has been banned before. That would be, as far as I know, the only reason why you wouldn't be able to join our Discord server. Where are we? Mika the Vamp, I made an extended Anthem for Stomaria on my alternative account. Oh, that was you. Yeah, I did see that pop up on a recommended feed. I will not say the name unless Andrew approves and wishes to check it out. Feel free, no issues there. XP is how much you have chatted. Oh God, are we only there? I must have talked about that like half an hour ago or longer. Right, I'm gonna have to really pick up the momentum. Andrew, I'd give you some of my XP, but I don't think I can. I don't think it works like that. But thank you, I appreciate the offer. I think the art was from map 2100 Stomaria. Where are we right now? Oh gosh, right, okay. Michael the Vamp, coolest entry I've ever seen. Michael the Vamp, Faye, Mars. People are having a conversation about how far along I am, but I don't know how far along the messages that were here. I don't know when these were posted, so these could have been posted an hour ago, and I wouldn't know. I think sooner or later I'm gonna. I mean, obviously it's far too early, but in the years ahead, in order to try to keep up with all this, we might just have to do questions through super chats or something like that. It's not something I want to do. I just can't physically keep up with everyone. Might just have to rattle through some of these. If I skip you, it's not because I'm not interested. It's just because I'm desperately trying to get to the end of this. My little scroll bar is about halfway up the page, and I just can't keep up. And I think a lot of it is probably something that I can skip over. I am reading them, but I'm just not necessarily going to respond to all of them. Zlandia says, have to go, have a nice evening. Thank you very much for coming, appreciate that. Alright, looks like we're getting spammed by something here, so I'm just going to put user in timeout. That probably explains why I've got so many. That should, yeah, there we go. That's cleared up like 50 messages. Tibble says, can you get a country to give you a portion of land to independently and completely control while paying taxes and being under their army? I mean, I very much doubt there'd be any conventional, traditional, sovereign nation in the world which would just give us a portion of their land, if that's what you're referring to. So I don't think that's a... I think that's a bit of a non-starter. What? Who's this? JHWH says, what is the national mythology of Stomaria? Is there an official pantheon? No, there isn't. It's a short answer to that. Tibble says, does he even read YouTube chat? This is on Twitch or something. I have been reading the YouTube chat non-stop. I don't know what you're talking about. I've literally all I've been doing for the last 3 hours. Yeah, absurd. Iona, do you play D&D? No, I don't. Sorry, I just distracted again. Mika the Vamp, wonder if Andrew's ever played War Thunder? No, I haven't. Tibble says, you could probably promote your micro best through social media. Yep, that's exactly what we're doing. Oh. What skills should I focus on learning for my nation building project? So it depends what kind of aspirations you have in terms of if you're going to be doing smelting or agriculture or construction or carpentry or whatever else. It depends what kind of industries that you want to get into or what you want to learn about. Certainly when it comes to things like on the social media side of things, it wouldn't hurt to learn about coding or graphic design or video editing or things like that, which would help to promote your nation to a wider audience. But in terms of actually developing a skill set that has some use in the quote-unquote real world, again, it depends what you want to do, or if you have any skills or interests as things stand. For me, one of the best things about Stomaria is the wide variety of skills that you can develop while promoting your nation. So when it comes to the agricultural side of things, for instance, or animal husbandry, or renewable energy, or water purification, or biomass energy, or the Green Initiative campaign that we undertake, or any of these other things, these all require a certain level of skill and interest which has been developed over the years. And then on the flip side of things that we haven't delved into too heavily, but things that I am interested in at some point in the future, things like the production of mead or metal refinery, and other aspects of nation building experience like that. Because as far as I'm concerned, and this is something that a lot of people don't seem to understand, a lot of people will say this is a waste of time. Micronationalism conventionally is a waste of time, and nation building is a waste of time. And to that, I would say, well, what isn't a waste of time if the nation building experience is going to teach you how to provide more for yourself? If you're going to go out there and establish industries and develop skills on lands that you have acquired, to me, that's one of the most productive uses of your time that one can imagine. Being able to enrich yourself in every conceivable way in terms of knowledge, in terms of your skill set, and if you successfully establish various businesses and enterprises through that, then financially as well. That's a very good way to develop yourself, to develop your character. Certainly from my perspective at least. I mean, other people are wired slightly differently. I mean, I am sat here as the Emperor of Stomaria. A lot of people would find that to be particularly bizarre. A lot of people are far more interested in doing their 9 to 5, coming home, and then watching football or something for a few hours, and then discuss that the following day. And that, for a lot of people, that's what they want to do. And if that's what they want to do, that's what they want to do. But for me, I want to be able to spend as much of my time as possible, not only enjoying myself, but doing so in a way that advances my overall and overarching goals. And if you're the same, then developing skill sets across the board is going to be, I think, essential. But I would focus first and foremost on things that you have some kind of inkling in, some kind of basic understanding or interest in. And I can't tell you what that is. You know yourself better than I do. So I would just go out there and just try a few things. And if you fail, which you will, then just keep trying again. And the more you fail, the more you'll learn, and eventually the more you'll succeed. So you can take that away. So a very generic answer, I'm afraid, but definitely when it comes to skills, there's a wide range out there, and anything you can do to attain that greater levels of self-sufficiency by providing more for yourself, or knowing how to do more for yourself, that's what you should be going for. Fade528 says, a guna is basically, I'm not trying to say that on YouTube, but it is a very unpleasant term. So, I mean, I suppose so. I mean, I've been called much the same, and I've been called worse. So, if people want to call me a guna, then welcome to do so. It's not going to stop what I'm doing. It's not going to stop how I'm doing it. So, feel free. Go nuts. Random Wolf says, don't look up. Michael the Vamp says, yeah, it's satanic mind control. I'm not sure what that means. I feel like I'm missing something here. Inappropriate term for pleasing someone's self. I'm hearing various iterations of this, what this term means. So I'm still none the wiser, I'm afraid. Random Wolf, yeah, just calling out the guy that was just spamming the feed, but I wouldn't worry because all of those messages have been hidden. He's been hidden, so he can't contribute anymore. Mike says, don't plant seeds because the TPO would mean that the tree can't be cut down. Well, exactly. I mean, seeds are fine, but if it's a tree, then that is a problem. Where with certain things like the rhododendron, for example, the authorities actively want you to remove the rhododendron from the land. So there's no issue on that front. The issue is when you start planting like saplings, because as soon as they're planted, they automatically become protected by the TPO. So we really have to be careful as to what we do with the land. Certainly, taking down or planting trees on the land is just a non-starter from our perspective. But there are other things, evidently, that we can do with the land. And hopefully, if we get additional lands elsewhere which have more flexibility in what we can do with it, be it taking down trees or planting trees, whatever the case may be, and whatever might be appropriate at the time, then we'll be able to do a little bit more with the land. But Southwood being as it is a good testing ground for us to be able to see what we can do in a woodland territory and give us the opportunity to experiment with other aspects of the nation building experience. It's like a microcosm of everything we could do on a grander scale. So it is quite exciting. But at the end of the day, there's only so much we can do with the land, being in a woodland plot with the trees being protected. So it is a drawback. Austin says the Discord invite link is expired. I struggle to. Which Discord link are you talking about? Because I don't think it is. Because we get people joining our Discord every day. So I think there might be, if there's an issue with the Discord invite on YouTube, for instance, then maybe try the one on our website. I'll have a look at that after live stream. I'm not going to play around with it right now, but I think I don't think there's an issue. Certainly not on our end. But if anyone else has any issues with getting onto our Discord, do let me know and I'll catch up with that. Mike says you can turn on timestamp. You're still 30 minutes behind. Okay, that's fine. I think I'm getting there. Eggman says freedom. Random Wolf says relations with KFA and Juice study groups. What? Not sure what that's referring to. Eggman says, Emperor, you got rid of the guy's messages. What do you think of censorship? I mean, it's not censorship. Spamming the chat with 50 messages which are all saying the same thing so that everyone else can't get a look in. That's censorship as far as I'm concerned. What I'm doing is giving everyone else the opportunity to take advantage of the live stream that we have and not letting any one individual ruin it for everyone else. So if they want to go and send that message to someone else, then they're welcome to do so. Or if they want to request that from us or post it on their own social media, then they can do so. They have no right to spam our live stream and prevent other people from getting their questions or concerns out. Fade528 says, I'll need to ask again since I had to go. Could Stomaria work with a group of 16-year-olds or do we need to wait another 2 years? You'd have to wait another 2 years, I'm afraid, because we do have to draw the line somewhere. And for us, it is 18. So we do insist that anyone that wants to be affiliated with Stomaria has to be 18 or over. We don't want to work with legal minors. I mean, the reasons for that are relatively straightforward from on just by face value, but also we do again just have to draw the line somewhere, and 18 was the most appropriate age from our own perspective. So happy for you to keep following us, happy for you to keep interacting with us and all the rest of it, but in terms of formal affiliations and formal associations with Stomaria, it's just something that we have to abide by. Mika the Vamp, I got tea in time for my question, lovely. Random Wolf says, we are Christian, how lovely. Mike the Vamp says, I doubt, but we'll let him answer. Don't know what that's referring to. I assume it's to do with the 16-year-olds, association with 16-year-olds. Austin says, he's getting close, well done. Yep, getting there. Eggman says, what coding language you use? I don't know what that is referring to. I don't code. Mickey the Vamp says, Stomaria is 56.5% of the way to reaching 10,000 subscribers. Exactly right. That is exactly right. We are, that is where we're at. And we'll see how far we can get over the course of the year. If we can get 10,000 subscribers over the course of 2026, I think that would be definitely a major milestone in every conceivable way, from our own perspective. Probably small potatoes for the vast majority of people out there, but to be able to have 10,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel by itself would be a major milestone. Now, obviously, as I said earlier in this video, we want to make sure that we can convert as many of those subscribers as possible into citizens, into activists, into people that are going to be there, attending events, developing the land, contributing in some way to the development and expansion of what we're building. But in terms of the expansion of the social media channels by themselves, that in itself is a worthwhile goal. David King says, green is fake. Not sure what that is referring to. Axofox. Emperor, do you have any advice on how to actually claim territory? How did you claim yours? Well, with the question of territory, this is always the pitfall that many nation building projects and micronationalists fall into. So when it comes to territory, Stomaria and me personally, have always had the same position. You should not claim territory that you yourself do not have some kind of control or authority over. And what this means in practice is that you should own it, or if not you, then someone incredibly close to you, like a wife or partner or something to that effect, or husband, whatever the case may be. And the reason for this is relatively straightforward. I could go out there and I could claim a public park. I could claim a city, a town, a continent, the moon, Minecraft server, whatever else. It doesn't really matter, because the issue with that is always the same. The issue is that you cannot utilize any of this to advance your goals. You can't dig up a public park and start planting potatoes. You can't tear down somebody's garden fence that you've claimed as your own and start putting in solar panels. It's just not feasible. You need to be able to utilize the land that you control, and to control it, typically you have to own it. And so what we did is we did not claim any territory whatsoever for the first 3 years, more than 3 years of our existence. So we were founded in June 2019, and we didn't acquire our first territory, our first province, until September 2022, because that's when we purchased Southwood. We purchased Southwood from the Kingdom of Wayward, which is a member state of the Empire. And so even though that the territorial size of the Empire didn't change as such, the jurisdiction of which territories belonged to who and who was responsible for who did change. So Wayward consisted of lands in Branscore in Hampshire, and we purchased one of the plots of land that made up the territory of Wayward. And that's why we have Southwood under Stomaria and Wayward South under Wayward. 2 territories, 2 provinces of the Empire, which are governed by 2 different member states of the Empire, or more specifically by Stomaria and Wayward. So yeah, there's no easy way around it. I mean, for a lot of people, this is the biggest hurdle, and I can appreciate that, and I understand why, because it is difficult to acquire that land. But you should not be tempted to claim land that you can't actually utilize or control, or have some authority over, because it's ultimately a waste of time at best, and at worst, it's detrimental to your interests. Because if you are trying to build a community of people that are interested in genuine nation building, but you're out there saying that this local park or this little plot of land that I have no genuine claim to is now ours, I mean, what's the point? You're just going to drive potential people away. People aren't going to be interested in random land claims, so neither should you. So work on building the infrastructure of your nation if you have to. Build up the necessary financial resources, the capital to actually purchase the land, and once you are in a position to do it, hopefully you'll have all your ducks in a row and you'll be ready to go. But when it comes to territory, buy it. And that's how we, in answer to your question, claimed ours. We purchased the land and we claimed it as Sumerian territory. Mika the Vamp, does Stomaria have its own salute or a specific way to march for the Imperial Guard? Again, we had a question about this earlier, probably 2 or 3 hours ago now, but when it comes to the salute, this is not something we've ever encountered. And in terms of a march, it's not something we've ever encountered, because when it comes to marching and saluting and stuff like that, the Imperial Guard, as a body, exists largely in theory. Because in practicality, the Imperial Guard are occasionally people dressed up in Imperial Guard uniform for public events. But to this day, there's not been a Stomerian event, like an organized Stomerian event, that I can recall where an Imperial Guard uniform was actually worn, because it's just not, the events aren't large enough to justify stewards for them. Now, something I would like to do is I would like to have more members of the Imperial Guard present at events like that, like the Imperial Summits, for instance, just for display and ceremonial purposes as much as anything. It gives the right feel, it gives the right character. But trying to find people for the Imperial Guard that are local to the area and are suitable to become members of the Imperial Guard, that is a very difficult thing to be able to accomplish, because Stomerians are very few and far between, by and large. We're global spanning. We have citizens across the world. And even though, in fact, recently, we crossed the threshold that we have more citizens of Stomaria in the United States than we do in the British Isles. And the ones that are in the British Isles are scattered everywhere. And next to none of them, I think the closest probably, aside from me, the closest one is about a 3-hour drive from Southwood. So when it comes to trying to get people to the land by itself, it can be challenging. When it comes to get people to signing up as members of the Imperial Guard and getting them kitted out and getting them involved in that way and then attending the event, that becomes even more complicated. And so the Imperial Guard is by and large a theoretical body. It's something that I want to develop, it's something I want to expand upon, but it's not considered a major priority as far as we're concerned. And I'm not going to settle for anything less than a decent quality threshold when it comes to people that want to become involved in the Imperial Guard. As I say, I'm not going to get 16-year-olds to join up as the Imperial Guard. I'm not going to get people who are completely uninterested in Stomaria at large or don't understand what Stomaria is involved in the Imperial Guard. So when it comes to like salutes and marches and things, it's just not an issue that we've encountered yet, but something that we will look into at some point once we can justify having those conversations. Where are we? Iona, trees should be protected in my opinion. Yeah, generally speaking, I wouldn't disagree with that. There are instances where trees are dangerous and do need coming down, and there are instances where the removal of one or more trees would facilitate the growth of many more younger, healthier trees. So there are arguments for tree felling for conservation purposes and the renewal of the local environment. But yeah, in general, I don't disagree. Mike says, I like trees. Lovely. Egnan says, I think Stomaria is is in the New Forest, so there are lots of trees there. We are in the New Forest, but there are large swathes of the New Forest which ironically do not have any trees. I have to drive through the New Forest to get to Southwood, and there are vast swathes of land, vast swathes of land, which are just absent of any trees. As anyone that's been in the New Forest will attest to. Pierre says, would you consider licensing as a caravan park for private members or different types of permitted developments, such as if you start a farm, you can apply for planning permission for barn and caravan? Well, it's not really for us to decide upon. Because of the nature of the land, there are the authorities, the powers that be, dictate what we can and cannot do with that land. In terms of turning Southwood into some kind of caravan park or something like that, that's just never going to happen. I can tell you for nothing. As I say, the land, first of all, is not big enough to facilitate that sort of thing. And even if it was, then you have the issue of the tree protection order, which prohibits the removal of the trees, which would prevent you from actually establishing any kind of caravan park there in the first place. And even if that wasn't the issue, if there was no TPO, and if the land was big enough for a caravan park, we still wouldn't want to do it because, as I say, the land is not big enough to facilitate that. So that's literally all it would be. And I'm not interested in just having a caravan park. I'm there to establish various small pockets of industry that we are going to gradually develop and refine over time, and is largely an experimental area where we can start trialing certain things. Like the agricultural side of things is a good example, because in 2023, so this was a few months after we purchased Southwood, we grew probably 24 or so different herbs, fruits, vegetables, and everything like that to see what would grow within that woodland plot. And after we ascertained that rhubarb would be the best one for various reasons, it was a perennial plant, the wildlife weren't too keen on eating the rhubarb, which was a big plus for us. It was something that did grow in partial shade, which was a big plus for us, and all the rest. We decided to focus quite heavily on the rhubarb, which is why we, had that experimental phase, and then we decided, based on the results, to focus on the rhubarb. So Stomaria, the southwood, is something that we are using to experiment with, and not to turn into, a caravan park or anything like that. But again, when it comes to planning permission for barns, caravans, things like that, we're not the authority to dictate that, and we don't have the space, even if we were, to facilitate that. Sorry, having conversations. I feel like I don't know, still a few to get through. Real Cracky says he's repeatedly denounced real-world autocratic ideology being used in micronationalism. Is that me you're referring to? Ossing says, is that in response to someone else? I don't see anything. Maybe I've missed something. I'm sure someone will tell me if that's the case, and I'll see it in 45 minutes. Austin says, is anyone else having Discord? Is anyone else having an issue with Discord, or is it just me? Let me know if there's any issues on that front, because it would be good to know if it is just you or if there's more people. Mike says, do you like theme parks? I do. I mean, me and my immediate family, Samantha and Eleanor, we are all Merlin Pass members. So for those that are outside the UK, Merlin Pass is basically where you can attend any number, like quite a wide range of attractions, but in particular theme parks. So Chesterton World of Adventures, Thorpe Park, Legoland, and all the rest. Because even before Eleanor was born, me and Samantha would like to go to these parks in our free time and enjoy ourselves there. But now, especially since Eleanor's born, and she's old enough to go on all to the rides, she loves going to these sorts of places. So we go quite frequently to theme parks. Real Cracky says, it says, whoops, failed to accept invite. Maybe it's Cloudflare causing Discord to go down. Okay. I'll have a look at it. Remind me in the email or something, and I'll have a look at it. Nation of Airedale says, what are your thoughts on getting a capital building separate from Southwood? I've always been a bit hesitant to put Stomaria in a single, to like place Stomaria as a single location. Like, this is the capital of Stomaria. Like when we acquired Southwood, it would make sense, I suppose, to have made that the quote-unquote capital of Stomaria. But I've never really wanted to go down that route necessarily, because I don't want to give the impression that Stomaria is a continuity of any particular nation, if that makes sense. So I don't want to, I'm trying to think of the right way to say this. So I don't want Stomaria to be seen as simply a British nation, or a part of a breakaway state from Britain, or something to that effect. I want people to see Stomaria as a new nation, but I want people to see Stomaria as a nation that is global spanning. And so, as far as I'm concerned, the capital of Stomaria is wherever I might be, is the long and the short of it. So, in terms of having a capital building, even if I could facilitate one, like a meaningful one that wasn't just in a large shed or a small building dilapidated somewhere in some part of the world, I'd be reluctant to go down that route, and I'd rather just have a series of provinces and a mobile court, if you like, a mobile capital of me and whatever entourage I might have at the time. Fade528 says, we would still like to assist Stomaria in terms of industrial development, unless all forms of cooperation are restricted before 18. I'm afraid they are. I mean, when it comes to that kind of engagement, as I say, we do have to draw the line somewhere. And when it comes to formal relations and formal engagement and that kind of thing with Stomaria, we do insist that the participants of that are 18 or over. It's just far simpler just to have that line, and if you're below it, you're below it, and if you're above it, everything's fine. So yeah, keep on at it, and then after a couple of years, if it's still something you're interested in, then we can definitely have that conversation. But in the meantime, I'm happy to have these conversations. I'm happy for you to still participate in whatever. But in terms of like formal relations, it is something we're going to have to wait a little bit on. Lex says, I'm not phone verified on Discord and therefore not allowed to talk to the Empire of Stomaria server. Is this the first time So this is the first time I'm able to ask, is Stomaria accepting immigrants to help develop land? No. Again, I've had this conversation earlier in the chat. When it comes to becoming citizens of Stomaria, it does not give you an automatic right to residency. The lands that we have are used for agriculture, are used for forestry, are used for energy production, water purification, community gatherings and events, whatever else, but not for permanent residency. We do have people staying on the land intermittently, depending on the time of year, depending on if there are works being done on the land, whatever else, but that is for very select few people, which we are very well versed in and very well aware of and know them personally, but it's not for every Tom, Dick and Harry to come over, no. Mike says, you said you are in Fleet. Do you take Southwestern Railway service to London Waterloo? I mean, occasionally, I suppose. Very rarely do I have to travel into London itself. Sometimes I do travel to London for work, but typically I drive into London or to the outskirts of London and then tube it. I dislike the train intently, so I tend to avoid it where I can, but sometimes it is just unavoidable. Money for friends. Empire of Stomaria, please help. What? I put a Toblerone in my mouth and I forgot how to chew. Well, I'm afraid at this point in the chat, you're probably succumbed to the Toblerone. So I'm afraid I'm unable to assist you, but you'll be in our fondest memories. Eggman says, did you know Southwestern Railway was Southwest Trains between 1996 and 2017? I didn't, but I'm glad you have that little snippet of information there. Aked says, how many people live in Stomaria? I mean, living at Southwood, 0, at least permanently. Again, just refer back to previous answer to previous question. Eggman says, did you know? Oh, they're talking about train spotting or something. Here we go. Let's skip over this little bit of conversation. Super Gamer says, do you want to be our ally? Any alliance applications can be made by email and we will consider them accordingly. Talking about trains. Eggman says, Andrew, when will you buy your next land, please? Your progress reports will be good when there are things to do again. Yes, I very much agree. There's been a bit of lackluster performance when it came to the progress reports over the last few months. And I didn't even do one for January because there's just nothing to report, really. There are a few things that we are going to develop over the coming months, but it won't be significant enough necessarily to do a progress report on, is the sad fact of it, because there's been so much to do at Southwood over the years. We got, there must be a solid 20 videos on the development of Southwood from start to finish. And the way it was to the way it is now is just, the difference is breathtaking, really. From my perspective anyway, it's gratifying to see all the hard work has paid off. But you are right, it would be nice to have a fresh plot, a fresh start somewhere else. But something I'll probably actually discuss later on, depending if there's time actually, but when it comes to the land acquisition, we are putting in place a certain scheme in which we're going to be able to try to accumulate necessary resources, that is to say the Sumerian community, to acquire the next territory. This is going to be done not simply through the imperial family, but through other individuals as well. And just watch the space for that on that front. But suffice to say, the next plot of land that we do acquire will likely involve multiple parties. Let's just put it that way. But in terms of when we're going to do that, that's not likely to happen this year, certainly. And we'll have to see about later years. But as I made clear earlier on in previous videos, it might have been like a New Year's message or something like that, but this is very much a year of consolidation for us as we sort of take a breath, if you like, and then push on. But in the meantime, I'm going to try to ramp up the social media front to see if we can generate some additional interest and additional support for Stomaria and what we're doing. And I think by and large we've been quite successful with that. Where are we now? So we've been going for 3.5 hours. I don't know what the peak number of people watching was. I think where are we now? 17, 18 at the moment. 48 likes. We've had a few people come in. We've even had a super chat from one of our good friends. It's been a productive afternoon. So in terms of developing Stomaria's social media following, in terms of hosting the Imperial Summit, in terms of building up our citizenship base, in terms of trying to get more people more heavily involved as lords and ladies of Stomaria, in terms of building up a reserve in the treasury for more engagement, in terms of establishing more alliances with other individuals, and kind of finishing off southward as best we can, and as much as we think we can. This is all part of our process of just consolidating what we've already got and preparing for the next leap forward, which will eventually include the next purchase of land. Jose Phillips says, do you like Minecraft? I've never played Minecraft. I mean, I'm not averse to like RTS games and world building games per se, but I've never had a fascination or interest in Minecraft myself. No, I thought we'd get something. Mika the Vamp says, I am definitely, when I turn 18 in 2027, I'm going to apply for citizenship and hopefully move somewhere closer to Stomaria and hopefully become an Imperial Guard. Well, that would be good. But don't make that the focus of your aspirations. It's always great to have a Stomarian patriot on board, but it is important from my perspective that you prioritize, what you're doing in your life now, making sure that you get the good grades and all the rest of it, get a good job, look after yourself, start a family or something. Don't have to worry so much about jumping right onto becoming a Sumerian citizen and becoming a member of the Imperial Guard, or moving closer to us for that purpose. Just get your ducks in a row, and we'll talk a bit later in life. I want my life to be protecting and aiding Stomaria. Again, gratifying, but I think because when you turn 18, 2027, so I'm guessing you're 16, 17 now. So what you're feeling for Stomaria now is very much appreciated. Very much appreciated. But I think as you get a little bit older, I think that that enthusiasm might wane a little bit as other things take priority. Talking about trains again. Random Wolf says, there's a real crack says, KFA is Korean Friendly Association, Juche is North Korean ideology, DPRK is NK. Okay. It's in response to my question about whether Stomaria has relations with North Korea sympathizers. Bit of a random question, but no is the short answer. Real Cracky says, and I responded with, he's repeatedly denounced the real world. Oh, that's where that comes from. And he's repeatedly denounced real world autocratic ideology being used in micronationalism. Okay, there we go. Good, caught up on that one. In the UK, cathedrals mark a city. That is true. Although, I don't know if that... Is Winchester a city? I suppose it must be. There's a cathedral in Winchester, obviously. but is it a city? For some reason, as soon as you said that, I remember a conversation I had with someone about cathedrals being in a city. Cathedrals making a town a city. That's what it makes a city in England or in the UK. But I think there are exceptions to that. Or maybe it's the reverse. Maybe there are certain things that we consider to be cities but don't have cathedrals. And I feel like Winchester was involved in that conversation. Maybe it was something else. It was like Oxford or Reading or something. I can't remember. But anyway, yes. All by the by. Oh dear. Where are we? Mike says, I like trains. Okay. Nation of Veridale says, what do you do for work? So I have had various jobs over the course of my life, but what I do at the moment is I am an estimator. So that involves basically helping to price up various projects, quite large scale in nature, so that the construction company that I work for can consider whether or not to go for them and submit various tenders for the chance to win some work. It's something that I'm relatively new to be honest, but it's something that I do quite enjoy. But yeah, it's a bit of a random one because in times past I worked predominantly in the construction industry on the tools, as it were. So I started when I was sort of 18, 19. I thought, well, what I want to do is I want to get into construction, because my plan when I was younger was I was going to get some skills in the construction industry, because what I wanted to do was I wanted to buy up some properties in the long term and gradually develop them and sell them on to generate revenue that way. And the reason I wanted to go down that route is because that's something that my family did. I was quite nomadic when I was in my younger years, because my family would be constantly moving, because we'd buy a home, we'd live there for a few years, and at the same time we'd be doing it up, we'd be renovating it, extending it, whatever else. We'd sell it, make some money, move on to the next one, and do the same thing there. It's something, I mean, I must have moved probably 15 times between the ages of 10 and probably 18, 19. So quite a few moves. I'm sure I could get a definitive number if I counted it, but I won't bore you with the specifics. But suffice to say, I started working construction with the idea of getting some skills in that line of work, so I could potentially do some of the work myself. And through that, I just kind of fell into that kind of world quite predominantly. And then I started to get different kinds of work in terms of I think that, well, they define it as a logistics operative, which is just a fancy way of saying working in construction, but not necessarily labouring. So it wasn't like mixing concrete or moving bricks or anything like that, but it was something a bit more high key. But also, in and amongst all that, I'll tell you what, I've got a moment, so I'm going to tell you a story about how I met Samantha. So in and amongst all this, I started to get involved in supporting artist work, which is just a fancy way of saying extra work. So I have thought about making an actual video about this before, because in times past, up until relatively recently, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, I was an extra, like a background artist in, it must have been over 100 adverts, films, TV series, and all the rest. So Downton Abbey, Call the Midwife, X Factor promotional videos, Mysterious Beasts, Where to Find Them, Star Wars. I had jobs on so many of these movies, these adverts, promotional videos, and all things, and TV series. And I did think about making an entire list about it. But the reason I mention it is because this is how I actually met Samantha. I met her on a film that we were doing, which is a Will Ferrell and Tom C. Reilly video. Is it Tom? John C. Reilly video, which was a film. I can't remember the exact name, but there was a scene. It was like a Sherlock Holmes thing, and there was a scene on the Titanic, and which me and Samantha were both on, and we got playing some cards while we were in the green room, and then it sort of went from there. I asked her on a date on the same day, I think, and yeah, and then the rest is history. So we actually met doing that sort of thing, and I think the the last job that I had as a supporting artist was 1917, which is a World War One movie, and I did that for a week or so, and that was predominantly. If anyone's ever seen 1917, there's a scene where at the very end there's this massive trench, and the shells are going off, and the whistles are going, and all of these soldiers, all of these uh, all of these World War One soldiers were going over the top and running towards this other trench, which obviously wasn't there. And I was one of the hundreds and hundreds of people that had to climb out of this trench and sprint across the field, and it was a really, really exciting thing to be able to film. But that is, I can't remember why we're having this conversation. Jobs. But that was the last time I did any kind of supporting arts work. And I did think about making a video about that sort of thing, because I think it'd be quite interesting. You can spot me in a lot of these sort of films and adverts and TV series if you know where to look. So I did think about making something like that. But what I do now is estimating, which is completely different from everything else. So, long-winded answer to a very simple question. Have you had terror attacks? Nope. Michael Event says, death by tailbones sounds wild, but definitely not the worst way to pass. I probably think of worse. Lex says, just pointing to here that Stomaria does not have the capability or facilities to accept the brilliant minds, able bodies, and patriotic, committed souls. I hope in the future something is done to rectify this. A greater workforce creates greater GDP. Yeah, well, this is the issue. I always get these questions, not from Stomarian citizens, but from people that have no prior affiliation or association with Stomaria. And normally, it's just a way for people to think that they can just get a free ride and move to somewhere where they don't have to pay taxes or whatever else. So I'm not overly concerned. The people that will be granted the right to citizenship or the opportunity to live on Stomarian lands when that time comes will be those that have been Stomarian citizens for years or even decades and have proven to be loyal, committed, and dedicated when we didn't have the facilities or the capabilities to accept people as permanent residents, but have nevertheless stayed with us and supported us. So those are the sorts of people that will be permitted to join when that time comes. Iona Wood says, I hope you managed to find land which isn't woodland, because I don't think you respect the trees enough. Well, I'm not sure what you're suggesting. Weren't you the one that told me to chop down the pine trees? And I said we couldn't chop down the pine trees? Isn't that the conversation we had? Well, the only thing I've said is that I don't want to plant trees which aren't going to be able to grow very healthily. And then I'm pretty sure you said, well, why don't you just cut down the pine trees? Isn't that what you said? Maybe I might be making that up, but I'm sure that was the conversation. Lex says, Stomaria has enough brilliant minds as it is with Andrew. Cami says, isn't it possible to create a political party to support Stomaria independence? What do you mean? Create a political party in what sense? As in to create a political party within the established infrastructure of the United Kingdom? I mean, technically possible, but utterly pointless. But in terms of political parties in Stomaria, no, we don't have political parties, because political parties would suggest that we have an ideology, or lack of an ideology, or guiding principles which would justify the existence of political parties. So you won't find, a communist faction, a fascist faction, a monarchist faction, a liberal faction, a conservative faction. There are just Stomarians, and we have various principles and values that we support, and we rally around the flag to make sure that those values and aspirations are attained, regardless of what minor deviations there are in our differences between the various ideologies or philosophies we may have. But common values is the thing that binds the Sumerian community together. Without that, we're a very disparate group of people. God, this thing keeps jumping around. Will you keep this up as a video on YouTube? Well, that's the plan. It should hopefully just upload straight away as soon as I finish the live. So I can look back on it and see what I missed. Jan says, I do not like imperialism, but Sumeria is an exception. Well, it depends what you mean by imperialism. I mean, imperialism in what sense? I mean, I tell you, what is the dictionary definition of imperialism? Let's have a look. Let's have a look together. A policy of extending a country's power and influence through colonization, use of military force, or other means. Well, I mean, a policy of extending a country's power and influence through other means is definitely something that we're interested in. But in terms of like colonization, in terms of forcibly taking over people's lands or using military force, certainly not. But imperialism through peaceful coexistence and collaboration, that's something that we're definitely into. So I suppose it depends how far you want to stretch the term imperialism. But as an empire, imperial this and imperial that is something you'll see quite a lot here. Eggman is just shooting off some facts, which is fine. Conversations in the chat. Iona Wood says, oh my god, I just thought, is Wayward South and Southwood flooded? Flooding is scary, but you know what helps reduce flooding? Trees. Well, yeah, I know, but we haven't taken down any trees. I don't know what your objection is here. No trees have been removed. So, I mean, Southwood and Wayward South don't flood per se. If we get massive torrents of rain, then occasionally it puddles for an hour or two. But yeah, it dissipates quite quickly. But the lack of trees won't have anything to do with it because we're in the woods and we haven't taken down any trees. Eggman says, Andrew, do you have a showreel? I don't. But this is what I was saying a moment ago, that I think maybe creating a showreel or some sort of video in which I can take clips or extracts from any of the films that I'm in might be worthwhile. But the problem I always find is that, first of all, I can't remember every single one that I've been in. I must have a record of it somewhere because I wasn't paid for doing those jobs. But I think I probably got rid of those some years ago. The chits, the pay slips that we got, little pink slips which told us, the job and what we were paid and all the rest of it. But I couldn't remember exactly what episodes of various things that we would have done. Like Holby City, for instance. I did quite a lot of Holby City back in the day. And EastEnders and various other TV series, again, like Downton Abbey or Call the Midwife. But I don't know which episodes there are, and I don't watch any of these conventionally, so like normally. So I would have to sift through every single one to try to find the 1 2-second clip of me in there. And even then, there's a good chance that that particular scene might have just been cut out entirely, and I'd be none the wiser. So it's something that I've thought about, but I just don't know if it's worth the time, energy, and frustration in trying to do so. But we shall see. Mike says, can you share clips of the extras? Yeah, same question, same answer. Mika says, all right, I shall go for now. I'm going to watch 1917 to find you. Yeah. I'm afraid you wouldn't see me. I'm just one of, I was only in that, as I say, I was in that for, I can't remember now. Must have been around a week. And it was just the same scene over and over. If you can make out a single individual in those scenes, then I'd be surprised. I don't think anything in that particular scene was CGI. I certainly would, I believe it if it wasn't, because there must have been like 300 or 400 of us charging out of this trench. the explosions going off and debris falling on your helmets as you were sort of running out of the trench, whistles going, people shouting orders. Yeah, it was something. That was a good one. I think that was probably the last job I ever did. No, it was fun. Yeah, but anyway, it was. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. The Kingdom of Lorelia says ciao. I don't think I've not seen any contributions from you, but yeah, that's absolutely fine. Thank you for coming. Iona Word says, no, I told you to plant more trees. Well, I'm sure this was the conversation we had, though. I said more trees couldn't be... Well, yes, you said plant more trees, but I said we couldn't plant more trees because the trees that are already trying to grow there are growing in awkward and dangerous shapes because of the pine trees that are dominating the land. But we can't take down the pine trees, which is why we don't want to plant more trees, because no trees would grow safely in the long term. Nation of Veridale says, I saw a website saying you were a former politician. Is that true? I don't know what website you're talking about, but yes, I was. In fact, I've done probably 2 or 3 videos about this in the past. I could probably, can I share it? Am I able to share links? I must be able to share links in my own chat, surely. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a link in the chat. What's it called? Founding of Stomaria, I think. There it is. Right. Share, copy link. Right, so I'm going to put the Founding of Stomaria link in the chat now. So God knows when that's going to be seen. Oh, hang on. That could be an issue. Give me 30 seconds. Just need to rectify something quickly. Right. There we go. I think that's done it. Just checking. Okay, right. So where were we? So yeah, so I'm a former politician. Yes, that is true. So when I was, I put a link in the chat so you can actually see either now or in your own time the history, or my history, my evolution throughout the years. And so when I was in my teens, I was actually a member of the Green Party, because environmentalism was a big thing for me. And so I signed up as a member of the Green Party, did some activism at school, no less, got some recycling bins installed through a petition and that sort of thing. Very low-key, very minor things. But as I sort of grew up a little bit, I sort of evolved my values and my aspirations and my ideology, I suppose, evolved. And it moved away from being central to centrally focused to environmentalism and more to other aspects of the wider world. And the thing that I found quite quickly is that there was no one singular ideology or political party that I could see that really represented what I believed in, which ultimately did come to a fusion of what most people would traditionally call left and right. And so I do what I normally do when I come to these sorts of positions, which is I just decided to do my own thing. and I founded at the age of 19 a political party called the United People's Party. I then became a local councillor. I think I was either 19 or 20 at the time. So I became a local councillor, and then I went on to become a councillor for another local council. And then I ended up, traveling the country and recruiting citizens, getting more people elected onto the local councils and the rest of it. And the party itself went through a few different iterations over the years, which goes into more detail in the actual video itself. But then I decided in 2020, no, not 2020, way back when, when was it then? Must have been 2014? 2015? No, when did I meet Samantha? Hang on. 2015. So I gave it up in 2015. I'm sure it was 2015. Yes. Yeah, so I walked away from it all in 2015 so I could focus on more of my own life. So I resigned as the leader of the party in 2015, and then a few months later in 2016, that's when I met Samantha, and then 2017 is when we got married. 2018 is when the sort of the seeds of Stomaria were gradually sown, and then 2019 is when I got married and founded Stomaria. So yeah, that's there we go. I'm sure that's the timeline. But yes, the long and short of it is I was a politician in every conceivable sense, which is what I was saying earlier in the stream. The only time I've ever voted is to vote for myself, and that's because I was standing in elections, and I'm the only candidate I could tolerate voting for. Oh dear. But yeah, ancient history now. Austin says, where did you appear in 1917 movie? I'm trying to find you. Again, you won't see me. I was in, I tell you what, I was actually in two scenes, but again, neither of which you'll see me. There's one scene where it was right at the end when they're doing the massive final charge, while the main character, I forget his name, he's trying to deliver orders to get the charge cancelled, because it's a trap. It's going to result in the deaths of thousands and thousands of people unnecessarily. So I was in that scene, which was where we spent most of our time. But there was also, I think, probably just a day. I don't think it was any longer than a day, in the actual trenches themselves, where you're following this guy walking through the trenches, and I was one of the people walking the opposite direction, and if I dimly recall, carrying a bucket, but that's about the extent of it. And there was another scene that day, I think, where I was literally just curled up in a ball, sleeping somewhere in the trench. So that's the thing, you will not see me in it, but I promise you, on my life, I was in it. But there are other movies and adverts and series which I know definitively you can see me in. So some of the adverts in particular are a lot easier to spot because they're a lot more condensed. I remember being there was a Burger King advert back in the day, a Paddy Power advert back in the day, an M&S advert back in the day. Was there a Tesco one? I don't know if there was a Tesco one. Yeah, but the first ever job I did was an X Factor promotional video, in which I started the job at 7 o'clock in the morning, and then it carried on throughout the day, and it finished at 1 o'clock in the morning the following day. And that was the first job I ever did, and I had no idea what I was getting into at that point, and I was shattered. That was a long day, but I remember the pay being exceptionally well, being a very good pay for that particular day. So I was quite pleased at the end, but that was a baptism of fire, that one. But the rest of them were relatively straightforward in comparison. Yeah, as I say, I think I will make a montage or a catalogue or a show reel of some sort of some of the ones that I can at least find myself in, because I know I can find myself in quite a large number of them. So maybe I'll do that. But yeah, I can't even, I think it's because the job that I do now is different from all of that, obviously. But the main takeaway from all of that is then how I ended up meeting Samantha. And so without having done that, Stomaria might not have been formed, because I might not have had that conversation with Samantha about forming Stomaria. And so who knows what might have happened. It's just one of life's little twists and turns, you know? You just never know what's around the corner. Right. Eggman says, how have you found this, sir? And are you looking forward to the longer live streams, such as 6 to 10 hours? I mean, where are we now? We're 4 hours in, and I actually feel all right. I mean, I might sound a little bit coarser than I did at the start, but I'm feeling all right. I'm feeling okay. I'm just conscious of trying not to lose my voice, so I just keep sipping my honey water and hoping for the best. But I got a notification. One of the reasons I got distracted, well, one of the many reasons I got distracted throughout this series live stream so far, is that Danny with the Dreads, I think, went live on TikTok. So I think he's doing a live at the same time. So I don't know if he's still doing that or not. But the problem with TikTok lives is they're not saved. So if you miss it, you miss it. You'll never see it again. Certainly the lives that he does. So you know, he could be talking all sorts of stuff about me, and I'd never even know. And I'd never know. Eggman says, I found him in Holmes and Watson. Yeah, I'd be surprised if he did, but I was definitely in the Titanic scene, in the Holmes and Watson one, on the Will Ferrell movie. Because I think, because me and Samantha, because obviously when we got married and everything, we thought, well, we got to go watch Holmes and Watson. We got to see if we can find us. And I think you can just about see Samantha from memory. From memory, you can just about see Samantha, but I don't think you can see me. Because at the time I had no facial hair, and they put on a fake mustache on me. So that was I remember that. So. And I think I must have had my hair slicked back as well, because at the time I had my hair slicked. Like some of the earlier, even not just for the movie, but also generally, I had my hair a lot longer and I had it slicked back. And eventually I got fed up with styling it, which is the reason that I went to a short bedhead kind of cut. So, but yeah, I think you can probably see Samantha, but I don't think you can see me from memory. He is just 10 chats behind now. Celebration time. Yep, I'm getting there. In fact, I think I'm just about there. Speed running chat. Yep. I'll have a party by myself. Can I come? Okay, that's fine. He's 1 minute behind. I think probably a bit further. What do you think of Zach Polanski, the Green Man? Oh, For some reason, I thought you meant Mike Wazowski from like Zach Polanski, Mike Wazowski. I mean, is it the same? The Green Man? That's got to be something, right? Okay, thank you. Sorry, I guess I missed it. No, that's no problem at all. That's from Nation of Ariadel, just asking about my time as a politician. Eggman says, Mike, I don't think you can say that. Racist. A Google man is from the Green Party. Oh, right. Right. No, you see, I don't follow the Green Party politics. That's funny, isn't it? I didn't clock that as the first thing that you meant. The leader of the Green Party, Zach Polanski. Is that his name? Is it? Because I know there was this. I know there's the Green Party leader. They have a relatively new one. I think they're getting quite popular now at the moment. But I couldn't remember his name. So yeah. I've only heard him speak a couple of times. I don't really want to get into like UK politics or whatever else, but I've only heard him speak a couple of times, and what I've heard I've not liked. It's normally very quote unquote woke, for lack of a better term, and I don't do sort of I don't do that. I'm not involved in that. I'm far more interested in libertarian and more socially conservative values. Let's see. Falling behind a little bit again. How many continents do you foresee Stomaria having territories in? Well, long term, I would expect them to be in every territory except for Antarctica, because there are various treaties involved which would prevent you from claiming particular lands there, despite what some might suggest. But yeah, realistically, in terms of lands that can be purchased and utilized by Stomarians wherever they are in the world, I would like to see them across the world. I would like to see Stomarian provinces covering the map. That is the goal. That is the end game. That's the plan. Because ultimately, as you know, obvious a statement as it is, Stomaria is a community, but it is also a community of individuals. And what I want to see, what my ultimate aspiration is to have individual people with their own families, their own lands, and their own lives in their own hands. I want people to grow their own food. I want people to produce their own energy. I want people to supply their own water and all the rest. And I want them to lessen their dependency on people around them and the institutions around them and the communities around them. Not in an isolationist way, not in a hostile way, but just to know that if the water stops running, if the food on the shelves is no longer available, if the police aren't coming at the end of a phone call or whatever else, that you will survive and you will prosper. That's the kind of philosophy that we have. If the apparatus, if all of the institutions, if everything around you was no longer available, would you survive? And as things stand today, the answer to that is a quite comfortable no. But we are working towards getting ourselves into a position where we will be able to supply ourselves with everything that we need to survive and everything that we need to eventually prosper. It's just a case of getting us to that point. And if we can do that by going down the path that we've set ourselves and encouraging other people to follow suit, I think that's a life worth living, encouraging people to take control over their own lives, take back control over their own futures in some small way. I think that's worth pursuing. Mike the Vamp says, I've seen that scene a lot online. I assume you're meaning the charge. Yeah, it's quite a popular scene. New England says, can you please read my message again? I am the constitutional monarchy. Okay, yep, I know. Can't wait for the show reel. Yes, well, we'll see. Again, it would take me days, probably longer, to sit through and actually think about which ones I've been in, and then try to find where I've been in. A movie would be less challenging because I will remember the scene that I'm in. But for like TV series, I think it would just be too difficult to get. But for those who are avid like Holby City watchers or Downton Abbey watchers or Call the Midwife watchers, if you're interested in those series, I know definitively I am in those. Not frequently, but I am definitely clearly in those. I just couldn't tell you which episodes that those are. Yeah, I always remember Downton Abbey. I had a little conversation with Maggie Smith back in the day. That's one of the interesting things. I mean, I don't get starstruck by literally anyone at all. I mean, Maggie Smith got oh, what's his name? The X Factor guy. I can't remember his name now. Someone help me. Who's the Simon Cowell? Simon Cowell, and all of the judges of the X Factor. During the first job that I had, I was talking about earlier, all the judges of the X Factor were there during the promotional video. Utterly uninterested. Maggie Smith, perfectly lovely, but wasn't starstruck at all by her or anything like that. Or Brad Pitt, someone else that I've. There was a World War II movie that he was in. I think he was like a French spy or something. I don't think I've ever seen the movie. but there was a scene in a cafe, I think it's in like Morocco or something, under when it was Vichy France, I'm guessing, and I was one of the patrons of a patrons of a in a cafe during one of the scenes where he goes up the stairs. I think he goes into a bathroom or something. But yeah, Brad Pitt was there and everything. Again, I wasn't particularly interested. I suppose it harks back to what someone was asking me about earlier about like idols and stuff like that. I'm not generally interested in people in that way. I don't take inspiration from a lot of people, and I don't get starstruck by a lot of people. There's no one that comes to mind that I think I'd go out of my way to go and try to introduce myself to or anything like that, or try to talk to or take a selfie with or anything. But anyway, all by the by, what was I talking about? Something completely unrelated, no doubt. Oh yeah, it was about trying to find me in various things. Yeah, maybe I can get someone to try and find me if I give them a list. They can dig me out of these different series and movies. Eggman says Samantha. Okay, I'm not sure that's referring to specifically. Beginning of New World. How much income do you make in Stomaria? Is it profitable yet? Are you still in the process of building an economy? We're always in the process of building an economy. We're always in the process of expanding industry, of developing industry, of trying to turn Stomaria into something that will be long-term, relatively self-sustaining. That is the goal. In terms of how much money we make, in fact, it wasn't that long ago, I made a video about this as well. Every question that someone asked me, I have literally made a video about. I'm sure of it. But we put out a video a couple of months ago. I can't remember the specifics of it, but the long and the short of it is we don't make that much money through Stomaria, through like donations or sales or anything like that. We tend to generate. I can't even hazard a guess how much it is on average now. I'll say £400. I don't know if it is, but I think that's probably a rough estimate. On average, since our foundation, about £400 a year, give or take. Now, over the last few years, that has made up the bulk of the income that we have generated. So when we first started, the amount of revenue that we generated was negligible to none. It could have been £100 there, £200 there. Again, it goes into more detail in that particular video. But the long and the short of it is we don't make a huge amount of revenue, but what I'm trying to do, and what I'm trying to do through things like this live stream, is I'm going to try to see if we can utilize our social media presence, which has grown in popularity quite recently, in order to try and generate as much revenue as possible by getting the ad revenue through it. So every time someone's commenting on it or interacting with it, it will help to pay Stomaria. It will help to fund Stomaria on some small level. And as I was saying earlier, I know Daniel, King Daniel from Wayward, he's been, we've had discussions about this earlier in the year, and he's been utilizing TikTok for it, and he's been quite successful in monetizing that and generating not huge amounts of money by any stretch of the imagination, but far more than we've been able to do in that same time period. So as an example, for the equivalent of one 12-hour live stream that he did on TikTok a couple of weeks back, I think, he made more revenue doing that than we typically make on our YouTube channel over the course of about 3 months. So, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. So it's not going to be huge amounts of money, but it's going to be more than what we typically get. Now, because our audience has not quite doubled, but certainly drastically increased over the last month or so, I thought it was a good opportunity to test the YouTube lives to see if we can try to match that in some way. And someone has someone who I'm very familiar with, but I won't use their name in the public space, but someone who has contributed to Super Chats before has also done Super Chats. So that's another advantage of doing the lives, that people can send you money by highlighting particular comments and things like that, which is greatly appreciated because it all goes towards helping to fund our overall goal and our mission. I'd say somewhere between 90 and 97% of the funding of Stomaria comes out of my own pocket. So every penny that can be raised through other means, through our supporters, through the sale of merchandise, through the sale of products that we produce, through the ad revenue or whatever else, anything that we can do to generate that additional income for Stomaria is money that I don't have to worry about, and then can instead pivot to other aspects of my life. Because obviously, Stomaria is not the be-all and end-all of my life, in the sense that it is something that I'm obviously and clearly dedicated to. I want to make this happen, but I'll never advance Stomaria's interests above those of my family, for instance. So, I mean, I had the hypothetical situation. If I had enough money to hand, if it was just dropped into my lap, where I had the opportunity to either pay off the mortgage in its entirety, or I could go out and buy some land for the Stomarian community, that's the question. Where you have to find that balance? And to me, I have to prioritize the family over the Stomarian community. But at the same time, if I did that consistently, then Stomaria just simply wouldn't exist. I would just prioritize everything about my family over Stomaria. I wouldn't necessarily have to buy the land and host community gatherings there. I wouldn't have to get silver status and encourage people to establish industries so they could exchange exchange their products with us in exchange for silver status or whatever else, as a way to try to motivate them to do their own thing. There's a lot I could do to advance the interests of my own family by just ditching Stomaria in its entirety. But Stomaria as an entity is also designed to help my family. It's also geared towards providing for my family, as well as the Stomarian community. So, I mean, if you take little Princess Eleanor as a good example, she loves going to Southwood to, dig up the plants, collect the chicken eggs, to sow seeds on the land, and generally assist in as much as 2, 3, 4, and now 5-year-old can in the development of Southwood, because she is actually technically the governor of Southwood, as of I don't know, I think it was 2023 when she was formally appointed as the governor of Southwood. So she would have been about 3 years old at the time, just to highlight the point that this is a generational nation building project, and she will eventually take over the reins. So it's a bit like having, I suppose, the Prince of Wales, or the Prince and Princess of Wales, as an inevitable stepping stone to taking on the imperial title of Empress when the time comes. So maybe Southwood will hold that same kind of mantle. Anyway, I forget the question. Income. Yes. So we are interested in developing more revenue streams for Stomaria, so that I can focus more of my attention elsewhere without disrupting Stomaria. But Stomaria is nevertheless playing a part in the advancement of my family's well-being, and as well as the Stomarian community, obviously. SU47 says, I am starting a federation. That's nice. Eggman says, I promise I did find you in Holmes and Watson. The video on YouTube is called Holmes and Watson, the Real Hero HD clip, and it's at 118. Let's go have a look. Let's go have a look. Can I not copy? Oh, am I going to have to... Hang on. Am I really going to do this in the middle of a live stream? Right. Yeah, that's definitely the scene. So what time did you say it was? 1:18. Right, let's just go there. Ah, you're right. Yes, that is me. That is me. Yeah, on the right, talking to the lady with the feathers on the head. I do believe that is me. Wonder if Samantha there? can't see her because she wasn't standing with me in the scene itself. I think she was slightly further back. I think on some of the like aerial shots, not quite aerial shots, but they were sort of slightly elevated shots from memory. I think you can see Samantha there. I can't remember what she was wearing now. God, it's been years since I watched this. Well spotted. Right. There, some good sleuthing. Well done. You see, this is what I'm talking about. I am there. I am in these scenes. I just not always for very long. Thank you for that. Thank you. I'll tick that one off the list. Orthodox Mega says, praise to be the mighty Lord Jesus Christ and hail the mighty Empire of Stomaria. Thank you. There's someone from Hungary here. Me, I'm Hungarian. Oh, there's a Hungarian in the chat. Lovely. Eggman says, Andrew, you talk about woke. I hope you don't mind me asking, what do you think about LGBTQ plus people? I mean, it depends what you mean. What do I think about? I mean, people are people at the end of the day. I don't have any particular gripe or, interest in people's identifications. I do find people's obsession with inventing new pronouns and identities rather tedious at the best of times, but, to each their own and all that jazz. What I do get wary about, what I do find objectionable in every conceivable way, having a sister, having a wife, and having a daughter, are men being in women's spaces, be that bathrooms or sports or winning awards that are specifically for women or whatever else. I do take objection to biological men in women's spaces. And I also take exception to any individual or group or entity that believes in the mutilation or castration of minors to fulfill their ideological drive to for whatever that might be. I won't harp on too much about it, but I suspect my philosophy and my approach with this sorts of thing is the same as everyone else's. Live and let live. Do you, whatever. Which was, I think, the message that the gay rights movement, for instance, would have proudly identified as, which is more or less of just let us live our lives, just leave us alone. We'll just do our own thing. Don't need to criminalize what we're doing. Don't need to interfere with what we're doing. We're just going to go over here and live our lives, and that'll be that. But there are some people, which I think is exacerbated by social media, that have decided that that's no longer good enough. That simply let people live in their own lives that's just not good enough. They need to acknowledge our existence. They need to celebrate our existence. They need to bow at the altar of whichever new pronoun that we've invented this week. And so I tend to separate the LGB from the TQ plus, if that makes sense. In the sense that I know there's plenty of, as far as I'm concerned, that the LGB is a sexual orientation, couldn't care less either way, and I'm sure 95% of the population of the world equally does not care. The world might be an exaggeration, the Western world will say. But when it comes to the TQ plus, at that point you're delving into the realm of identity politics. This is what I identify as. It's not my sexual orientation. It's what I choose to be. It's what I identify as. It's what I feel I am, or whatever else. And again, no issues with it if that's what they want to do. But from my perspective, if they start getting into a position where I believe that the future that my daughter faces is going to be one where she is competing in some form or another, or having to share spaces in some form or another with people that simply wave a magic wand and say, I identify as this, therefore I can be in the same space as you, specifically for women, that is what I have an objection to. And likewise, I'm always conscious of any schooling system, any teacher, any institution. Not that I've had any negative experience of this at all, I should highlight. But going forward, any social group or gathering or institution or school or work, teacher or whatever else that would gradually or insinuate in some way to try to nudge Eleanor in particular into this nefarious identity politics where she'll get herself into a position where under, you know, misguided mistruths, if you want to be charitable about it, that she'll start to engage in activities which will be detrimental to her health and well-being long term. That's what I'm worried about. But grown men and women that want to identify as X, Y, and Z, if you want to identify as a cabbage, have at it. If you want to identify as a half-eaten sandwich or a he, ze, they, them, whatever, you know, I don't care. I honestly don't care. I identify as the Emperor of Stomaria. I don't go around the world saying you must recognize me as the Emperor of Stomaria. You must call me your Imperial Majesty. I don't do all that sort of stuff. I'm not interested in that sort of thing. I'm the Emperor of Stomaria, and I'm happy if no one else acknowledges that. That's absolutely fine. And I just wish the world would just I don't understand why more people just can't be like that. If you want to be, sorry, I'm going on a rant now. You see, this is why I don't talk about this sort of stuff, because it annoys me. I don't know why people can't just say, I am X, Y, and Z, but it's okay if people don't acknowledge or respect that. That's all it needs to be. But when it comes to protecting children and protecting women, that's where my line is drawn. So hopefully that does answer your question. I'll wait for the mass reporting to begin, but yeah, as I say, I'm far more. I'm on the one hand side, I'm very, very libertarian with these sorts of things. Live and let live. Do what you want to do. But at the same time, I'm quite socially conservative, and I'm instinctively protective of women and children in general, but especially the women and children in my life. And any threat to that's an issue for me. Right. Right, where are we? Trans rights are human rights. Well, again, it depends what you mean by human rights. The human right to what? To exist? That's fine. Trans people exist. No one denies that it exists. It's the constant demands of respect and, you know, the constant demands of bowing to the altar of whatever ideology or whatever pronoun or whatever identity they might have, or expecting us to trample women's rights in advance of biological men that identify as women. You know, this is why I don't typically veer into conversations which don't talk about Stomaria, because it's an unnecessary conversation by and large. But yeah, my general philosophy has been outlined. Suffice to say, Magyars are such a cool sounding name. Not in Siberska, only God-given rights are recognized. So on and so forth. Yep. Freddie says, you should get Mr. Beast to buy you a private island to marry your real country. People's obsession with private islands, I just never understand. Like, buying an island does not make you any more legitimate than buying a plot of land 5 miles from your home on the mainland of whatever country you might reside in. The island will still belong to someone, or be a part of a nation. There is no quote-unquote island in the world which is not claimed by someone, and if it's not claimed by someone, there is a reason that it's not claimed by someone. Either because it's just some rock that's uninhabited, or it's so isolated and out of the way that it would be virtually impossible to get to, develop, or whatever else. Everything that you think you can do on an island, you can do on your own land, I would imagine, and a lot easier at that. Mike says God is a scam. I mean, I'm agnostic at best. I don't really have a dog in that fight. Austin says, yeah, win an island in a Mr. Beast video. I mean, I wouldn't turn down an island. I'm just saying that if you're going to buy something that you can actually get to and utilize. If I bought an island in the middle of the Pacific, God, can't speak today. If I bought an island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, then I would never be able to utilize it. I may never even visit it. So just having it is not good enough for me. I need to be able to access it, and I need to be able to utilize it. That is the game plan. But if someone wants to buy me an island, it doesn't cost me anything and do so, that'd be great. I won't hold my breath. Mika the Vamp says, I actually have to go now the rest of the afternoon in case I can't join back in time. Night night. Have a good evening. So I've just potentially inappropriate messages I held for review. Chat messages held for review can be seen by you, but are hidden from the public. You see, it's saying I should be able to see this, but I can't actually see it unless I've... Oh, hang on. Right. Give me 2 minutes, just catching up with some bits. Right, Freddie says, what country are you from? Not Stomaria. Are you talking to me? If so, I was born and raised in England. Austin says, anybody in the Discord server could send me an invite link. I'll send you an invite. To be honest, I wouldn't worry so much about the Discord server. The Discord server is very rarely used for anything. It's mainly used by me to put out our content, our news and updates. But in terms of actual interactions, very, very few Stomarian citizens are actually there, and it's not used much for anything. Mike says, why is Raoul now called Daniel? Well, his name was always Daniel, but he used Raoul as a sort of a pseudonym, if you like. But I said he would, you call him both. If you said Raoul or Daniel, he would acknowledge both. But in private, I've always called him Daniel. Well, I say Daniel. I've always called him Danny. Informally, he's just Danny to me because he's been a very close friend for over half a decade of my life at this point. It goes far beyond sort of nation building or any politics or whatever else or association with Wayward and Stomaria. It goes far beyond that and has done for a very long time. So he's just Danny to me. But publicly, he is King Daniel of Wayward, but also known as Chief Raoul Halvar of the Wayward territories. So again, he's gone through a bit of an evolution over the years, but he would acknowledge both, I'm sure. Did you know he used to be called King Raoul Halvar? I did indeed. Oh, sorry, that's in reference to Mike. Yeah, no, that's fine. Mongolian said, how can I become a citizen of Stomaria? You can join by filling in an application form. So you request an application form through our website. So you just have to send us an email, fill in a couple of questions, and if the questions are satisfactory, then we will permit you to become a citizen. But not everyone is permitted to become a citizen, even if they fill in an application form. I mean, a few weeks ago, we got an application form back, which was so poor that I'm not even sure why they thought it would be a good idea to send it. Because we typically ask like 3 questions, and that's, what do you know about Stomaria? How do Stomaria's values align with your own? And what is it that you hope to gain as a Stomarian citizen? Or something to that effect. I can't remember the exact wording of the questions. And the answers were something along the lines of, I don't know anything about Stomaria. Just like 4 or 5 words. I don't know anything about Stomaria. I don't know what Stomaria's values are. And all I want to get from citizenship is, I think it would be cool to tell people I've got dual citizenship. For some reason, they thought that application form was going to get approved. For some reason, they thought that application was something that, this is someone we definitely want as a Stomarian citizen. This guy really knows his stuff about Stomaria. This guy really has a heart in it. We can absolutely be sure he's not going to lose interest the moment it's approved. Yeah, no, that was never going to happen. Yeah, this is the thing. I honestly do not get what is going on in some people's heads when they do certain things or they say certain things. I really just don't understand. But yeah, I guess I'm just wired slightly differently from the rest of the world. Austin says, there he is. Yep, so you spotted it as well. Very good. That was in reference, because I'm catching up now. But that's in reference to the video that Eggman spotted. Mike says, I bet you like Harry Potter. I don't hate is a strong word. I don't like Harry Potter very much, but Samantha loves Harry Potter. She's absolutely obsessed with it. And you'd think someone, you know, because as I said, I'm Warhammer, I'm Game of Thrones, I'm Lord of the Rings, I'm all that sort of Star Wars and all that sort of jazz. And I go above and beyond just like generic movies or series or whatever else. Like I know a lot of the lore behind a lot of this stuff, because this is the sort of stuff I'm interested in, because of the nerd in me. But when it comes to Harry Potter, I remember when I think I was probably 12 or 13 at the time. It must have been around that sort of age, because it was the first Harry Potter came out, and the school that I was at, the secondary school, organised a trip to see the Harry Potter in the theatres, because it was such a big event, it was such a big deal. And I remember watching it and being bored to tears, and I never watched a single one after that until I met Samantha, because she loved Harry Potter and loves Harry Potter. And so once we started dating, I thought, right, I better get to grips with this then. So I watched the entire what's the word? Is it a series? Like all of the movies anyway. How many there are? Is it like 6 or 7? I can't even remember now how many there are. I watched all of them in one order. Well, I watched all of them what I thought was in order, and I ended up getting maybe 4 or 5 in, and for whatever reason, I inadvertently switched the other 2 around, and I remember getting so confused as to what I was watching, because it feels like something was missing, and the Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked so much older. I was so confused as to what was happening. And I must have gotten about 40 minutes into it, but I thought, oh, I'm watching the wrong one. But yeah, so I'm not a fan of Harry Potter, really. But yeah, I know more about it now than I ever thought I would, which comes in handy, because we do have some like board games and like trivia things and things like that, which are Harry Potter based, because Samantha loves that sort of thing. So I do have to get to grips with it to actually partake in her interests. But that's what you do as a couple, you know. She adorns the regalia and the attire of the Empress of Stomaria and plays her part when duty calls, and I indulge her interests as well, because that's what you do when you're a couple, when you're a family, when you're husband and wife in particular. You just gotta roll with the punches. Mike says this has been a fruitful stream. I like to think so. To be honest, I think we're doing all right. I don't think I'm flagging as much as I thought I was going to, because we're coming up 5 hours. 5 hours, and I'm still going. And the chat's still going. And that was my biggest concern, is that the chat would just be completely dead, and I'd be talking to myself for 2.5 hours, 3 hours, and then give up. But we're doing okay. We're doing okay. And someone's going nuts with the hearts in the corner. I appreciate the support. But again, does anyone actually know what that does? Like all of these little hearts and the 100s and the little all these little symbols. Does anyone actually know what these do? Because I don't know what they do. I don't know if it makes the video more popular. I don't know if it's some sort of reward. I just don't know what it does. So if someone could tell me, that would be appreciated. Austin says, I like your opinion, totally agree. I'm not sure what that's in reference to, but or maybe it was to do with the woke stuff. Mike says, you're sounding like something else. So a transphobe. You see, this is what I can't stand. All these ridiculous terminologies. I want my daughter to be in a safe space for women, and that makes you a transphobe because you don't think men who identify as something else should be permitted to be in those spaces. I just can't get on board with it, and I don't think most other people do either. It's not like we're asking much. Identify as what you want to identify as. Do what you want to do. Just don't step on other people's rights. Is basically what I'd say. Beginning of New Worlds. I think you have a very good philosophy about queer people. That's fine. Austin says, how is it transphobic? Well, exactly. Beginning of New World says, transphobic is a stupid word. It basically means nothing. Well, I mean, I'm sure there are people that are generally hateful towards people that identify as trans. I don't hate anyone really for whatever they especially for what they identify as. I take issue with anything that's going to have an impact on other people, especially when I consider those to be the most vulnerable people in the world, that being women and children. And that's what it comes down to. I am interested in protecting the rights and the freedoms and the liberties that children have and women have, some of which have been fought for long and hard. And it's somewhat ironic because I don't consider myself to be like a feminist in any shape or form, really. I mean, I'm all on board with equal rights and all that jazz between men and women, but I'm not like a feminist in the modern sense, for lack of a better term. But even so, you do have like ardent feminists, I find, defending the rights of biological men to be in women's spaces. And it's quite the weird predicament to find people in. It's a weird situation to view. It's fascinating in some way. People will write studies about this in the decades and centuries ahead. But it's sort of gone full circle. Where you have basically feminists saying men should compete in women's sports. It's like, couldn't think of a greater advocate for upping the patriarchy, I suppose, could you? Right, where are we going? Austin says Emperor Andrew is based. God save Stomaria. Kingdom of Fafo. You have never been more wrong and contradictory. I don't know what that's in reference to, or if you're even talking to me. Oh, jumped again. Austin says, someone merely sharing his opinion about being a family man and only disagreeing with your worldview is not horrible. New England says, good night, good night. Or Tugia, or T. Oh. I'm going to have to get people to pronounce their names in the chats before they actually message. Or Tugia Official, happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day to you. Slaniko says, how big is Stomaria and do you plan to buy more land? Yeah, so as I mentioned probably once or twice now in the live stream, Stomaria's land size, or the size of the empire as a whole, can be found on our website in more detail, but I think roughly speaking it's southward as a third of an acre, wayward south as a third of an acre, Porto Lagoa as about an acre, and then Augusta as about 0.16 square kilometers, which is about 40 something acres. So spread out, and certainly southward and wayward south, where people would that's where most people will affiliate with Stomaria with. That's when they see the land, or they see the developments, or they see me interacting in some way on Stomarian territory. It'll typically be southward or wayward south. And I think people probably presume it's bigger than it actually is, but it's actually quite a small woodland plot in the great scheme of things, which is why we were able to get it in the first place. But the utilization of it has been very instrumental in pushing Stomaria forward and pushing our message forward as well. It's been a good testing ground for us. So not huge, but we expect to get bigger in the times to come. Yes, and to answer your second question, we are going to buy more land. Not this year. But with collaboration with other people, we're hoping to get some in the years ahead, most definitely. Beginning of the New World says, Happy Valentine's indeed. May your family be blessed. Thank you. PJ Lynch 3889 says, what is your stance on Discord Micronations from Bedonia? I don't know what Bedonia is, so and Discord Micronations from Bedonia. Is it from is your message from Bedonia, or are you talking about Discord Micronations from Bedonia? So a bit of clarity on that. which way have you got it? Austin says, got to appreciate all the time you've been spending reading all the charts. Big ups. I mean, I'm trying. I'm sure I've missed many, but you know, I've gone through, I don't know how many hundred at the moment, and still going strong. But I can actually see the end now. ODST fan, yo. Is the Empire of Stomaria a democracy? No, we are not. We are a federal monarchy. So democracy, from our perspective, is effectively mob rule. So it's where the 51% can tell the 49% get stuffed. Whereas we, as a federal monarchy, even though it might seem slightly contradictory in terms, but the reason that we are a monarchy is because we believe in the acquisition and utilization of private property, of private freehold land. And I believe, and we believe, that control of that land should be under the jurisdiction of the people that actually own it. So, for instance, Southwood is my land. It's my territory. I control it. It's mine. And I am the king of the castle in that respect. Likewise, if someone else has their own plot, their own land, they have jurisdiction and control over it. And that's the way it should be. It boils it back down to the individual. This is the more libertarian streak. This is the more the side that's focused on opposing the collectivization and totalitarianism and oppression. It's to do with freedom. It's to do with private property, private exchange, freedom of association, and that sort of thing. And the federal monarchy aspect of it takes the democracy out of the equation. It takes the mob rule aspect of it out of the equation, because the government of Stomaria is strong, but also small. And that is I think the philosophy of a libertarian in a more mainstream sense, I would say. So when it comes to what we believe is the responsibility of the government, it's to keep people safe. It's to ensure that there is some kind of guidance or protocol in order to allow people to prosper. When it comes to sort of legislation, providing the necessary security for people to get on with their lives effectively. So when it comes to the armed forces and police, that sort of thing, that is something that the government should have a hand in. But when it comes to anything else, really, it should be down to the individual to rise and fall based on their own merits. And that's the kind of philosophy I've developed over the years. And so when it comes to democracy, I consider democracy to be a threat to that, because it can be a way for a majority or a sizable minority of people to force their will on other people. And that's not something that we abide by. Right. Why are micronational monarchies so popular? Well, I suspect because it is one of the easiest systems to actually govern a micronation or a nation building project with. So again, I have discussed this already in the stream, but if you have a democracy and you have an executive, a president, for instance, a legislature, like a senate, or a judiciary, and they all work, like, you take the United States as a good example, or anyone would do, but as a prime example, if you have a president, a senate, and some sort of judicial branch of some kind, and you require the Senate to pass legislation after a lengthy debate, and then you have the executive who might shoot that down and send it back to the legislature to refine some sort of legislation or reword it or whatever else, and then that gets approved, but then someone challenges it and the judiciary steps in and says, oh, actually, you can't do that, go back to legislature and iron out a few more details. As an example, that could take, in the micronational nation building experience, days, weeks, months. It might never get resolved. It might just cause definitive splits within that nation and community of 10 people, because they can't agree on a path forward. Whereas if it's a monarchy, it's a case of, right, I have founded this nation, this is how things are going to be. If people want to get involved, they can, but this is how it's going to be. And then things just happen. And it's a lot more efficient, it's a lot cleaner, and it's less divisive. You will inevitably, I believe, get less people involved within your nation, within your community, if you are a monarchy. Only because with the idea of a democracy or a republic or something to that effect, people will probably be more likely to join if they think that their voice is going to matter more. So if they can be voting on every decision, or if they can be a part of a legislature which is involved in the decision, or whatever else, then people might be inclined to get more involved. But it comes with the inevitable roadblocks of people not agreeing with each other, and then everything just grinding to a halt. Whereas the few people that you do get involved in a monarchist micronation or nation building project, the few people that are involved will hopefully be fully on board with what you stand for, your ideology, your way of doing things, your philosophy, your structure, the way you go about yourself, and whatever way you might categorize that. And hopefully they will play an active role in that development because they are looking to support what is already been decided effectively. And so you are more likely to get a lot more consensus, and it's likely to be a lot less, there's going to be a lot less friction in a monarchist system because there's less room for disagreement. Like if I started to, well, go off on a tangent, I could talk about this for ages, but I suppose the other aspect of it is if you have a democracy or a republic or something to that effect, and you do have a chamber of 10 or 20 people, and those 10 or 20 people join up and they become members of your legislature or whatever else, you'll quickly find, especially in this field, that people's attention spans and dedication to particular projects is quite limited at the best of times. You will have people dipping in and dipping out of, in terms of paying interest or having any real investment into that community or project. It's normally only a handful of people at the top that are really pushing things forward. And so if you have an entire legislative branch that is, consisting of 10 or 20 people, but only 2 or 5 people are actually showing up to vote, and those 2 or 5 people between themselves can't even agree on whether or not they're going to pass that legislation, what's the point? If it's going to prohibit you from advancing, just don't do it. It is the simplest way I can put this. If it's going to be an obstruction to what you want to do, don't go down the route of democracy. And the other aspect of it, just as a final quick tangent, is that if you are building an entire nation, a community, a society, a civilization from scratch, what is it that you are looking to actually do? What is it that you are looking to establish? Because if you are doing it in a way that does not have an ideology or a core set of principles at its heart, then you are just inviting disaster. Because you could just establish a nation, a blank slate, as it were, and you could get people going, oh, it would be really cool to create a nation. And so you get communists joining, and fascists joining, and capitalists joining, and monarchists joining, and republicans joining, and liberals joining, and conservatives joining. And all of these people are all voting and taking part in the legislative process and all the rest. And all of the chaos, all of the divisions, all of the splits that happen across the world as it is, in the systems that already exist, will happen 100-time-fold in a community of 5, 10, 20, 30 people. And it will split and deteriorate and dissolve as quickly as it was founded, because people will not be able to agree a path forward. Whereas, again, with a monarchist system, you know what it is, you know where it's going, you know what it stands for, this is it. You want to get involved? Get involved. If you don't, there's the door. I think that is why micronational monarchies are far more popular. Austin says, I like your traditional views. As I say, I'm generally quite libertarian and socially conservative and have been for the better part of a decade at this point. I think the kind of leave me alone and leave others alone kind of approach is just the best philosophy that I believe is most appropriate for people at large. Because ultimately, again, because since I was involved in politics way back when I was perhaps a little bit more a bit more left-leaning. I was a lot more forgiving when it came to government power and government involvement in people's lives back when I was in sort of my early 20s. And the reason, I suppose, that my philosophy has changed is because I fundamentally, at my core, just want to provide as much as I can for the most people as possible. So I want as many people as possible to prosper, to be as healthy and as happy and as well provided for as can be expected. And the real question that I've always had is, well, how can you do that? And at the time, in my early 20s, my vision would be the same as many young people, I suppose, which is, well, we'll just get the government to do it. But the problem is, as with such things, giving government power is a lot easier than taking that power back away. And any power that you give a government is a power that can be used against you at any given time. So you always have to be very careful about that sort of thing. And so over the years, my opinion has very much switched into the opposite direction, which is, well, what is likely to yield the best results? One where a system where more power is given to the government or less power is given to the government? And in the modern world, you can see the kind of contrast. So you have like total control and total authority, where the government has total say in every aspect of your life. And obviously you go down the route of communism and communist-like nations, and you can see the quality of life that people live under in those systems. But then you go the other direction, and you go into laissez-faire economics, or Austrian economics, or whatever else, and you go down the route of having limited government intervention, more free exchange, more free market economies. And you see an inevitable rise in the quality of people's lives. There are disparities, of course. There's always going to be rich and poor. There's always going to be poverty and all the rest. But the difference is, what is that at scale? How many people have benefited from free market capitalism as opposed to, with limited government involvement, as opposed to a heavy-handed bureaucratic regime which dictates every aspect of people's lives? Which direction has benefited the most people over time? And I don't think it's a contest. I don't think there's any two ways about it. There's no discussion to be had. And so with that kind of mantra in mind, it makes sense from my own perspective to go, well, it's quite clearly the route where minimal government involvement in people's lives, letting people get on with it and let them find their own way, is a far better solution than trying to pigeonhole everyone into a certain sector of society and say, that's where you are, that's where you stay, and you'll be given your daily rations as soon as you complete your quota of work. There might not be many homeless people in those sorts of dystopian nightmares, although I'm sure there are. But equally, everyone is equally poor, equally oppressed, equally as miserable as the others, except for the core elite at the top, typically speaking. So anyway, yeah, what was he saying? Yeah, you like my traditional views. Yeah, fantastic. Asgardia, hello Asgardia. I don't know if you've been here for the whole chat, but you say Stomaria. So I don't know what that is in reference to in particular, but I'm glad that you've enjoyed some aspect of the conversation so far. Slowjamastan says, I like your philosophy on things. I appreciate that. It's not as well refined as it should be, but there's definitely a thought process there. Frederick Union says, would you consider a nation/micronation to have a serious economy if they use something like aluminium or brass? If they /use something like aluminium or brass to back their currency economy, or paper notes backed with a metal. I'm a bit confused of what you're talking about, Frederick Union. So are you saying, would you take it... A serious economy? Right, I think we're talking about slightly two different things here. So when it comes to a monetary system or economy, I do kind of differentiate the two. But if we're talking about a monetary system, again, I had this conversation earlier, but if a monetary system is commodity money, I have a lot more time for nations and micronations that advocate for commodity money, even if they themselves are not quite in the position where they can say, this is our commodity money. They might be working towards that end. They might be accumulating silver or gold or some kind of other commodity which they don't have en masse to use as a medium of exchange right away, but they're working towards that. I have a lot more respect for that than those that print off little bits of colour paper and say this is fiat currency, this is our money, it has purchasing power, which of course it does not. And then obviously there's the middle of the road option where you have a commodity-backed currency, where you have a commodity of some kind, which is what I assume you're talking about, like silver or brass or aluminium or whatever else. And then you have the paper notes that reflects the value of that, and then you use the notes. And the same issue arises that I discussed before, in that if you have a paper currency and it's backed by a commodity, there has to be a lot of trust there, especially in these circles, in micronation, within micronational community and the nation building experience. You've got to really trust that the person is going to give you the commodity once you ask for it. Because if they don't, or if there's some reservation, then it's just not going to work. And that's the problem with commodity-backed currencies in the modern world. Not that they exist at all now these days, but that's how that transition took place. You had a commodity money, and then the governments of the world and the banks and all this of it, they went through, I'm not going to go through the entire monetary history of the world, but went from a commodity-backed money to having a commodity-backed currency. So the governments would say, oh, we'll just hang on to your gold and your silver, but we'll give you these paper notes, and that's as good as gold and silver, so you can just trade that amongst yourselves, and if you really want to, you can come and exchange it. So that's the kind of system where I'm guessing that you're leaning into. But then you get to the point where the governments just say, actually, we're just going to cut the tie there. The commodity money, the commodity-backed currency rather, is not really working out. So we're just going to hold on to the gold and silver. We're going to give you your notes, and you can use the notes, and that's just as valuable, but we're going to keep a hold of the gold and silver. You can't exchange it anymore, so that's ours now. But you can have these bits of paper floating around, and just trust us, it'll work out. And then what inevitably happens, and has happened throughout every fiat currency, throughout the entirety of human history, is that it is gradually inflated into oblivion and is worth nothing, and people flock to gold and silver as a hedge against it, which is why, especially these days, you can see the price of gold and silver skyrocketing through the roof, with the value, the purchasing power of fiat currencies, the dollar, the pound, the euro, and whatever else, effectively collapsing, as they have done for decades, and in the case of the United States dollar, for well over 100 years. As I think it's something like 98% of the purchasing power of the US dollar is collapsed, whereas the price of gold and silver and all the rest of it has shot up. There's no magic secret, or it's hidden in plain sight. I mean, I don't know why more people just don't fully understand and appreciate it. Faith in digits in a screen and bits of paper in your pocket, it's ludicrous. It is ludicrous, because governments and banks of the world just cannot be trusted at the best of times. And even if they can, you are still trading in bits of paper and digits on a screen. It's even worse when it comes to micronations and micronational economies and monetary systems, or nation builders on some occasions, because there is no value to start with. If I take some micronational currency, I can't go to my local corner shop and buy something with it. Whereas at least with a commodity money like gold, silver, something to that effect, at least I have the option to go to a bullion dealer or a scrap merchant or whatever else and go, I'll take your fiat currency for this gold or silver, whatever else, and then I can use it to buy something. So at least there's value there. But I mean, it would be well advised to hold on to gold and silver if you can, especially the way it's going at the moment. I'm not in the habit of giving financial advice, but I have been talking about this in public at least. I've been talking about this for over half a decade, and in that time, the prices of gold and silver and the like have skyrocketed in value, it's not because I have some mystical crystal ball. It's just the way the world is, and the way it will always go. So, take that information as you wish. Again, went on a tangent, forgot who I was talking to, Frederick Union. Yeah, so long and the short of it, commodity money better, commodity-backed currency less good but better than fiat currency. If you really have to, barter, especially on small scales, is probably the better way forward if you don't have a commodity money. PJ Lynch says, Discord Micronations in general. My Micronation is Ladonia. Okay, so you're Ladonia and you're asking about Discord Micronations. I don't really have an opinion on Discord Micronations any more than I do Reddit Micronations or X Micronations or Facebook Micronations or any Micronations that are based online. If they're solely exclusively based online and have no aspirations to build something in the modern world, then more power to them, but I have no interest in affiliating or associating with them in any real way because there's no tangible benefit in doing so. If they're not seriously looking to build a nation in the modern world, then there's nothing to be gained by associating with them. It's the long and short of it. But in terms of Discord Micronations more generally, I don't know who you're referring to, what you're referring to, or whatever else. But if it is just an online-based entity, it's not really something I'm inclined to delve into too much. Beginning of New World says, I know you have done a video in the past about democracy in Stomaria. Have your views changed? Will they change? Get more citizens and land develop? No, I mean, again, I went on a rant about the democracy side of things. My views of that hasn't changed. Democracy, in my opinion, is just a way to give more power to more people over other people, and be that in the guise of a state bureaucracy or a quote-unquote democracy in which the majority overrule the minority and have the ability, legal ability, to crush them economically, financially, physically. It's just not a route that's worth pursuing from my perspective, especially in the context of the nation-building experience in as small and as informal as it is. I think that a federation is the best kind of government. I don't disagree. That's why we are a federal empire. Beginning of New Worlds, pushing people forward simply because of their colour, irrespective of merit, would be most unfortunate and would, of course, lead to disaster. Ian Smith. Yes, I would not disagree with that sentiment, I don't believe. Yeah, I mean, I'm generally speaking someone that believes in a meritocracy. I don't believe that the pigment in someone's skin should dictate whether or not they get certain positions or treated any differently, any more than eye colour. But if we are going to go down the route of judging people by eye colour, I say that the hazel eyes among us are the superior race, purely because I have hazel eyes. Sadly, my wife does have blue eyes, so she would not fit into the master race plan I have regarding eye colour. Eleanor, she started off blue eyes, and she had blue eyes for a long time, and we were concerned, but she has turned hazel now as well. Her eyes are far more like my own now. So we have combated the degenerate blue eye gene that has wormed its way into humanity. So there we go. ODST fan says, does Stomaria have an anthem? That seems a very odd question to ask. Yes, we do have an anthem. It's played at the start of virtually every video we've ever produced. Yeah, simply click on a video and listen away. Beginning of New World says, speaking of the anthem, did you take inspiration from the Quest of Camelot? Yes, we did. I was waiting for someone to ask about it. So this is, yeah, this I remember back in the day, way back when. I remember listening to this anthem in a movie called Quest for Camelot, which is a movie about Sword and Stone and all the rest of it, King Arthur, Round Table, all dragons, all the rest of it. It was a movie that I watched quite a lot when I was younger, and for some reason I always kept remembering this song, and it was kind of, for whatever reason, it resonated with me in some way. And even though it wasn't something that instinctively we thought of as an anthem for Stomaria, I did think maybe taking kind of an adaptation of it, changing the melody, adjusting the lyrics, injecting something that was more aligned with our values. That was something that was it was one of like the three or four songs, melodies, and all the rest of it that helped to sort of create the anthem. But Quest of Camelot was definitely one of the ones that we adapted for the anthem. So I'm glad that you picked that up. It's not a movie that a lot of people know about, it is one that I did enjoy when I was young. I haven't watched it in decades, I don't think, aside from listening to the album itself. But if anyone wants to know where the similarities between the Empire of Stomaria's anthem comes from and the Quest of Camelot anthem comes from, just Google probably like Quest of Camelot intro song or something, I guess, and then you'll see where the inspiration has come from. Rick and Morty fan says, have you talked about the UN about recognition? I, as an independent amateur representative of Canada, recognise Australia. Well, I'm glad that you recognised us, but I, again, made videos about this before. Recognition is not what we're after. Recognition is not a hallmark of what Stomaria is about. We do not require people's recognition to exist in the way that we do. And the example I've given in the past is if you had like say a large habitable island where you got 5,000 tribesmen uncontacted, whatever else. They have their own king, their own religion, their own priests and priestesses. They have their own society, everything else. No one out in the outside world knows about them, much less recognizes them. But does that stop them from existing? Does that stop them from being sovereign in that way? Just because they're not sovereign to other nations, to other communities, the international community, that doesn't make them non-existent. They're still there. Likewise, if you want to take another clear example, you have the People's Republic of China, or more commonly referred to as China, and then you have the Republic of China, which is more commonly referred to as Taiwan. Now, there are, I think, about a dozen nations around the world, I believe UN nations, that do not recognize the People's Republic of China. They do not recognize China as sovereign. They recognize the Republic of China, Taiwan, as sovereign. So does that mean that the People's Republic of China does not exist? Does it mean that the entire apparatus, the military, the economy, the engagement that the People's Republic of China has with the rest of the world, does that mean it doesn't mean anything because you've got these dozen countries that don't recognize them? Equally, flip it on its head. There are only a dozen nations in the world that recognize the Republic of China, that being Taiwan, as the legitimate inheritor of the Chinese state. So does Taiwan not exist? Does it not have an economy? Does it not have relations with other nations? Because as far as I know, it does. As far as I know, it's got its own military, its own economy, its own citizens, its own system of government, its own structure, separate entirely from the People's Republic of China. It still exists, just because the rest of the world doesn't necessarily acknowledge it, except for a dozen nations or so. So when it comes to recognition, I mean, obviously, I'm not going to sit here and say being recognized would be detrimental to us. I'm not saying recognized would not be something that we would like to do. I'm just saying that recognition is, one, not realistic in the slightest, and two, it's not necessary to do what we want to do. So those are the two takeaways from recognition, the recognition argument. Not likely and not required.